Welcome everyone to Circular Experiences, the space within the World Summit of Circular Economy 2021. In this space we're going to get to know people, organizations, entrepreneurs who work in what we call good practices in circular economy. We're going to get to know some experiences and ways to deal with the environment around us. It's going to be a unique experience for all of us. We're going to be part of this process that is going to be a milestone in the history of Cordoba and of course in the region and maybe more. So we're going to start listening to talks from people that's going to teach us about how to look at the circular economy in a different way. Welcome all.
Los invito a conocer Córdoba capital.
Here, meet Córdoba capital, surrounded by hills, plains, rivers that invite you to rest for recreation of tourism from all around the world.
Aquí la Córdoba
Here
histórica,
is the historic
la
Cordoba,
manzana jesuítica declarada
the
Patrimonio
Jesuit
Cultural de la
block, which
Humanidad
is
por la UNESCO.
a World Heritage
Sus
Site
iglesias
by
y la casa
UNESCO,
donde nació el primer
and the
poeta
house where the
argentino.
first Argentine poet was
El
born.
diseño y la innovación
The design
tecnológica
and
de
technological
modernos
innovation
edificios
of
convive
modern
con las
buildings
supermanzanas.
lives together with the
Este nuevo
super
paradigma del
blocks.
espacio público
This new
para
paradigm of
disfrutar de
public
nuestras
space
obras emblemáticas,
allows us to
testigos
enjoy
de más de 400 años de
our
historia.
landmarks, which have been witness to over 400 years of history.
Una ciudad con intervenciones
A city
paisajísticas
with
que incluyen
landscaping
ríos,
interventions,
lagos,
including
parques y
lakes,
reservas
rivers,
naturales.
parks, and natural reservations.
Córdoba y su gente,
Córdoba and
curiosa e
its people,
inquieta, nos
who are
permite la
curious,
permanente
who are
creación de
restless,
empresas,
allows
ser
us to
pioneros en la
create
industria
companies
y el
constantly
nuevo
being
uso de los
pioneers in
materiales.
industry and in the new uses of
El nivel
materials.
internacional de conocimiento científico
The international
asociado a la
level
educación
of
ambiental
knowledge of
nos
scientific
impulsa a convivir
knowledge
en armonía
associated
con la
with the
biodiversidad
environment
del entorno natural.
helps us live in harmony with our natural environment.
El cordobés vive en la cultura y el arte de su ciudad.
Cordobese people
Se
live
reconoce por su
among
calidez
art,
y su buen
is
humor,
known
siempre sacando una
because of
sonrisa
their
al
warmth
ritmo
and their
de un
good humor,
cuarteto.
and they're always getting a smile out of you with their good music
La
as well.
Córdoba del conocimiento
The
es
Cordoba
creativa,
for Knowledge Cordoba is creative,
y ahora también
community-based,
circular.
and now it's also
Te
circular.
invitamos a participar de la Cumbre
We
Mundial de
invite you to
Economía
participate
Circular.
in the World Summit
Ciudad de
of Circular
Córdoba,
Economy in the
Argentina.
city of Cordoba, Argentina.
Si hay un espacio que es
If there's a space that is synonymous with circular experiences, is the municipal entity called Bio Córdoba. So I'm happy to be able to talk with the president of this entity, Enzo Cravero. How are you? Yes, I'm okay. I have plenty of expectations on what's going to happen in the next few days, the next 2 days. We expect things to happen, that everyone is benefited, that everyone who participates is able to hear the experiences of everyone. What was the reason or the initiative to start all of this? Okay, what brought us forward was an initiative, a trigger, the idea that was suggested by the mayor, who thinks and is convinced, as well as we are, that the planet is being exhausted. Martin Jarrora, the mayor, always says this, and we also share this because us who were part of the government team. So we start creating a relationship between the city and the environment. So we want to bring Córdoba into this circular economy idea. We want to move all of the city. We want to have the city start working in order to reach this circular economy, and this is why we have this worldwide exchange. So when we think about circular economy, what's happening in Córdoba in relation to this? Okay, what we did was listen to the people who were already working on the subject, because there are different faculties in the universities who are working in this topic, but there was no link with the industry. There were companies who were working in circular economy, but they had no links with other companies or the universities or the academia or the state. And there were individuals who were working and fostering all of these ideas, and we started listening and we started giving them the floor to start talking about this. How was the acceptance of this effort of linking companies and entrepreneurs? Well, yes, the answer, the response was amazing from day one. The movement that was put together, we felt that this integration was just natural, because we only needed to sit on the same table to think, how are we going to coordinate amongst ourselves? So they started a cluster, circular economy, a space where we can state ideas and the needs of each sector, and we move forward with concrete proposals. Everybody agrees? Yes, definitely. These are synergical issues. The companies start interlinking. The universities, the state, not just us, also the provincial government and the national government have fostered different actions that came from these ideas. For example, the circular economy school is a space that we're going to create as an educational place. And can anyone join? Can anyone approach these institutions? Yes, of course. Together with the universities, we have started trainings, and we're going to start trainings for people who work in circular economy companies, or people who are going to work in circular economy companies. So, and we're also going to get some production to help the operations of the city, and we're going to start replacing some of the materials that we buy that did not come from the circular economy, and replace them with materials that come from the circular economy. We need more sustainable materials. So the synergy that we generate is fabulous. It's amazing what we can do together. So now we are connected. Of course, many people are going to start investigating to join. Of course, yes. Starting September, we are going to start giving the courses and the workshops. So we're going to start with certain educational circuits. So even though there's a generation that has made these concepts their own, we still want them to see in practice how the waste turns into raw materials for a new product. And we have also worked hard on green centers, which are spaces where the dry waste are recycled, and we have moved forward a lot with the companies and other entities, and we are thinking about what do we do with this waste after the treatment. Here, when we started discussing with the companies, we brought this problem to them, because not just this city, but joint effort of several cities here in the center of the country have joined together to work on this. So yes, we're going to know a little bit more about this. So where do we go with this? Where do we go in Córdoba in terms of circular economy? What we think is that we try to integrate all sectors, and the articulation between all of the sectors to try to create a large scale of a circular economy. And we believe that Córdoba has the necessary power, the necessary abilities to do so. And we think of a city of Córdoba that accompanies the efforts that are being done. We do not want to wait for the change to get there worldwide and see how do we join this change. We want to be bringers of this change. We see that the pandemic has made us more interconnected among cities, and some systems have been improved. So we believe that from Córdoba we can favor this change that is happening worldwide. So we are convinced, as I said before, that the planet is running out, the resources are running out, and production systems and industries, including, of course, industries, needs to change, and we need to change our consumption patterns, because this is very necessary. Education, responsible consumption, and this is all being part of history. Thank you, and I imagine that you're very proud of everything that's been worked on. So, and I imagine that you're going to be here with us throughout this summit. Of course, yes, and also I would like to invite everyone. We have done a huge effort from the initiative suggested by the mayor. And everyone, of course, everyone that is involved in this subject is going to appreciate it, and we're going to see a lot about the companies that are working on changing their processes and the different states, and we're going to learn as well as a municipal government. So we invite all of you to join us for this summit. Okay, yes, we will start, if you allow me. Not without thanking everyone who made this possible. Let's start with a more than interesting panel, because we're going to learn about circular mobility. And we're going to have three representatives. Hugo Di Tofino, who is head of the Service Quality and Innovation and Electrical Mobility and New Markets of the Electrical Utility EPEC. Julio Antuñano, president of Voy en Bici, I Go by Bike, a foundation, and Federico Giacomelli, partner at EcoValor. Let's start with Hugo. Thank you very much, Mili, for letting me participate in this space. The pleasure is ours. And now we want to know about how EPEC is joining this initiative. That's a great question. From EPEC, when we started discussing electrical mobility, we had the trigger that was the climate crisis, the current climate crisis. And they have triggered, of course, in other parts of the world. This has triggered a lot of work in this sense. So electrical mobility started becoming a more present reality. So because we need to get closer to the reduced emissions. There have been many announcements on emissions in many countries that by 2030, 2028, there's not going to be any more combustion engine vehicles. But and within this range, there are plenty of regulations and propositions regarding the mobility issue. And this is why we analyzed the situation, and we realized that electrical mobility is not going to be a passing fad. It's not just a technological gadget for a few people that just want to have a disruptive piece of technology, but it's going to be the new way of moving from here 10 years on. It's going to be the way of moving. So we wanted to work on this as an energy distributor, and to understand and to research what's this about, to be able to support all of the vehicles that use electrical energy and their impact. And we need to be able to support this transition. I'm not sure if I have been clear. Yes, this process is very interesting. The way that we moved. How did you start? Yeah, we started working on several aspects. But what happened to me was connecting this with the circular economy. What's our relationship with the circular economy? The circular economy, our relationship with the circular economy is the reuse and the recycling of the batteries is a very important factor, and then the area of knowledge associated with the manufacturing of electrical vehicles. The battery side is very disruptive at a technological level and worldwide, because most of the vehicles, both non-pluggable hybrids, which have a battery pack that is recharged straight from the combustion engine, as well as the pure electrical vehicles, and also the hybrid vehicles that can be pluggable. They both have batteries, and the batteries at a certain point stop being useful for this kind of cycle, and they are around 85% of the energy storage. So these batteries are being used for battery systems that are used for storage, either for renewable energy, battery storage in power plants, or any other kinds of uses. So from the circular economy point of view, there's a second life for these batteries. So building those batteries had a cost, had a carbon footprint, but actually at the end of the day they had a double life. So we have a large impact in the circular economy. And then after these batteries cannot be used anymore in storage systems, they can be recycled. All of the components can be extracted, the difficult to obtain components can be extracted, and through mining that destroys our environment. So we can avoid this, and we can recycle some of these components, and we can manufacture new batteries for electrical vehicles. As for the batteries, throughout the last 10 years, here we are 2020, you can see how the price of the batteries went down. This is a component that depends on the massification of electrical vehicles, both here and in other parts of the world. So towards the future, this is 2020, and the projections of many of the specialized institutions tell us a little bit about what's going to be the impact of electrical mobility and the price. And here, can we include Córdoba in this projection? This will be worldwide in this projection. And here, what we see here on this axis will be the energy of batteries that is going to be required and that's going to be provided to the planet as for electrical mobility. So only the pink part here is for stationary storage. The rest is mobile batteries. and we think that all of them can be used to store energy. So this is an issue in which circular economy is very important. And also regards the electrical vehicles, we can talk about the national production of electrical vehicles. This creates a need for training and research and development that our professionals here can work today in one factory, and maybe later they will have specialized workshops and trainings as the same way that we did when we started working with compressed air. And because at first nobody knew anything, and now there's trainings galore. And the other area is the knowledge, which is when we have the reconversion or the retrofit of internal combustion engine vehicles to electrical, which means removing the old engine and putting in a new electrical engine with the batteries that you can drive and you can use as if it were a normal car. That would be the idea, and in order to do that we need knowledge. So in our country, retrofit is an activity that has moved forward a lot in many provinces. So we have the knowledge regards electrical mobility, and we believe that this impacts the society and the environment very strongly. Very interesting. We're going to see some of the details. I would like you to tell us as well a little bit about the B side of the area. Let's move to Julio.
Julio is the president of Going by Bike, and I would like him to introduce this project, why we can mention this as a company within circular economy. Thank you very much for being in this summit. I will tell you a little bit about this project of I Go by Bike in Argentina. It is an inclusion project that really solves the problem of transportation in Argentina. What do I mean by this? That through a circular economy, we can make people donate bicycles that are not being used, those that are stockpiled in the sheds of the houses, in the garage, outside in the garden, and they send a photo and geotagging of the bike. We corroborate in the bank of bicycles how much we have to inject to that bicycle for it to work again, and we go and pick it up and we take it to the bicycle bank, from which we provide it to different parts of the project, such as kitchens, so community kitchens for people, and we try to elaborate the problem not to spread the disease. We are very cautious with this disease, and in March, when we started with the pandemic, we expanded the project to different cities within the country. So going back, what do we do with that bike that we repaired and we give it a second life? We give it to kitchen soups for people to use it to go to work, because we need to solve the social transportation that is sustainable, economic, and sustainable throughout the time, because the bike may have a lot of years, to more than 200 years. This is a real solution for people with low resources in that social economy that going by bus represents 20% of what a person has in the income. We provide that opportunity for them to having a bike, that it is not given away. We create different banks of bicycles in different slums or vulnerable neighborhoods with a referent that is within, that can be a kitchen, a community kitchen, a person in charge. We're going to give them the bikes for them to store them, and the bike is delivered for certain people to go to work, to go and sell their products within the province, to sell bread, or to go to the cities to go to their works. And in that way, that bicycle, it belongs to that people for that time. When the person can buy a bicycle, then they return the bicycle for another person to use it. Those are the big bicycles, and the small bicycles remain in the neighborhood for all the children to enjoy, and they can send a WhatsApp to the community kitchen or to the person in charge. I want to go tomorrow with my son to the park. They go back, they write it, and they give it back to the bicycle bank. We're doing this in the city of Buenos Aires. It is a model that we can replicate in different cities where circular economy is essential, because where we have bikes, we also have solutions. So we are sort of a bridge, that circular economy. Apart from that vision to these projects and of community kitchens, we also took into account that we had to send them food and clothes. They are used to learn how to repair them. We go to the jail, we prepared a project together with Fundación Espartanos, and we provide the San Martin jail certain workshops for the repair of those bicycles for the people to work with who are on parole, for example, for them to be inserted in the workplace. So circular economy favors a lot of aspects and helps a lot of people. That's why Voy en Bici, or Go by Bike, works with different companies, the NGOs that provide traceability and transparency, and governments that apply state policies to solve transportation, social transportation of the most vulnerable communities. So this is why we are within this circular economy, and we are in the summit today. It is a great opportunity for us. We have received, do not want to be narcissist, but in the European Union, we presented the project to the ambassador of here in Argentina, of the European Union. Euroclima has provided the award of Anonymous Heroes of the Pandemic for this project, and we have also presented it in Córdoba, so it will be great to work together with Euroclima, the municipality, and the province in this project. You're heroes for every one of us. Apart from the awards that you may receive, we really value what you do. Now let's go with Fede, who comes from a different place to collaborate with circular economy. The interesting about this panel, Federico, you can tell me this, is that you are very different and projects are very different, but you are looking for the same thing. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. EcoValue, or EcoValor, is a company from Córdoba, and we specialize in crushing tires and recycling rubber. We can see a video now. Very interesting. What we thought was going to be buried or thrown away, contaminating, you turn it into a raw material. Yes, exactly. As you say, Mili, the idea behind this arises from the rubber. I have a family company, and we work with auto parts, fabric, manufacturing factory. I was always curious, and we talked with our parents and said, what do we do with waste? What can we do with that? And we're very thankful that the waste was not that much, and machines are very good, and they crush a lot of tons, a lot of kilos of material, so we had to look for that kind of waste, and we did some research and participated in different summits or trainings, and we saw the tire problem that is a world-level problem. They are buried, and they take up a lot of space in any burial here in Argentina or in the world. So I decided to become an entrepreneur alone, This is my own initiative, so that I can give this gift to my children of circular economy. So here we are learning. We learn day by day. And we want to do our part for Córdoba, the city that I love. So here we are. I'm going to ask you, the three of you, to tell me about the difficulties that you had, because now we're talking about of course, everything is interesting, but the fun part, let's say, when everything works and when the project is on a right path, and when we have a virtuous circle, but you may have had some difficulties. Let's start in the same order of the presentations. Hugo, which difficulties did you have? You may have had many. The most important ones. Yes, as you say, Emily, a lot of difficulties throughout the way. Some may determine that you cannot do or continue with the projects, and some others that you can solve, actually. Some have to do with lack of regulations. Others have to do with lack of knowledge of this area or misconceptions. And mainly, the low amount of electric vehicles that we have. And the difficulty is related to how to move on with projects and initiatives when we do not have a fleet of electrical vehicles in circulation. So how do you do? With imagination, with a lot of study, and with the belief that what we do is really useful. To say it in a way, is an essential piece, and there is no electrical mobility without a charging point. We are talking about this all the time, and private companies say, I'm not going to place chargers because I do not have the cars, and the person who wants to buy the car says, there are no chargers, so I cannot buy the car. And it is also true that electrical mobility changes the paradigm of charging, because 80% or more of charges are done in the houses and not in the gas stations or electrical stations. We need a network, even for that 20%, but it is necessary. What other thing can I tell you? So the belief in your part, you're convinced that this is the right path and we are going to go there. Yes. And in fact, each city has their own regulations. So what we do is having our delegations install different charging points in a private space, but of public access, and in that way we can move on with these charging stations. We need to work a lot, but it is a matter of time. Okay, Julio, you do not have problems with charging because your vehicles are not electrical, but which difficulties did you have or do you have now? Well, as it happens in Argentina, the problem of a territory that is so very extensive, the logistics is the most important problem that we have. Why? Because I cannot take a bike from one center of a bicycle bank that we opened to different areas of the country. So what we have to do is opening different bicycle banks and explaining the municipalities or an NGO, for example, in any part of the country. Hence, it is very difficult. So I think that with the support, I believe that the threefold impact is very important between governments to handle the logistics problems and the distribution issues, to creating different banks in different communities, vulnerable communities. That is the secret. So we go with belief again. What joins you? You solve the problem through the same area. Federico, which is your difficulty, and do you always solve it with the belief? Yes, as you say, Millie, 3 different experiences, and we share the same difficulties, and also the belief that is what drives us. Of all entrepreneurs, such as my case, that was the problem was having the machine, for example. And then when we started talking about this, we said, are we going to get the tires, and who are we going to sell this what we are crashing? And those difficulties or things that makes us scared, we could overcome them, and these were no longer difficulties. We have solved them, and as Julio mentioned, logistics was a problem, and together with the government, the municipalities, we could look for different collection sites where we go and pick the material up. So this is perfect for us. Okay, I will make some questions. Benefits. Let's go about the benefits. We started with the bad things, and now with the benefits. A special benefit that you, Hugo, notice, of course, taking care of the environment, but some other, maybe a lower cost, or, yes, if I may have access to one of the slides. As you said before, economic and environmental aspects. Mainly the environmental one. It is good to go against all the misbeliefs. These vehicles do not contaminate, but if we do not use renewable energy, we are being part of the problem again. In our electrical matrix, we have a mix of generation that uses liquid fuel, water energy, nuclear energy, and renewable energy as well. So how much does the electric car contaminate when it is plugged in your house? We can see it here. A vehicle such as this one, an electrical one, by kilometer, contaminates, actually it does not contaminate, emits CO2 to the environment, 42 kilograms per kilometer. Not directly, but as we can see in comparison, it is very low, the amount. What is the ideal? The idea is 100% of renewable energy, but we are a bit far. Yes, but you're convinced that you can do this. Yes, and this is very interesting because sometimes we talk about how much of the carbon footprint do we have for the batteries of the vehicles. This is an European chart where we see the carbon footprint in the construction of the car, then in yellow the carbon footprint of the construction of the battery manufacturer, and in this case, as we have the electric generation mix, this is the carbon footprint of the energy consumed by this car. This would be if it were 100% renewable, and here we have fuel and diesel and gas. These charts help us have the numbers of what we think as a benefit. Julio, maybe you do not have these percentages, but maybe the certainty that there is a benefit apart from helping communities.
Definitely. The main benefit is, for example, for children to be able to use a bike in each of the rural schools, to have a bicycle bank in each of them, so that children who need to go through 2 or 3 kilometers to study have the same possibilities than the children in cities. Because definitely a child that needs to walk 2 or 3 kilometers to go to school does not have the same presence of mind. They're tired, so as the children in the cities. So we try to get bicycles to rural communities and to Aboriginal communities, native communities. So of course, we need to talk about bicycles. Yes, definitely, it's a solution for social economies and for vulnerable families. But I believe that the main benefit is to remember that other people need to move as well. Of course, yes, benefits that in our case, of course, there are benefits in EcoValor. But I would like you to tell us a little bit about some economical benefits, because we're talking about concepts that all of us are interested in. But behind the circular economy, there needs to be an economical benefit. Of course, yes. Of course, Federico, can you tell us a little bit? Yes, the way I see it is a change of paradigm on what's coming, a change on industry, to work with the waste, that we can generate value with what people throws away. So we can see the numbers, of course, and what people throws away, we can change it into the raw materials for some goods. to manufacture something. In case of Julio, to give them a new life. For us, it's to reduce the burial of waste or the burning of the tires, because many people burn the tires to get the wires that are inside to sell them. So I think that this is here to stay, to work with what you throw away, because we throw away a lot, and we need to also to be aware that not because there's somebody who works with it that we need to stop throwing this away. Do you think that the younger generations have a larger awareness of these things that we're talking about? Maybe looking at it from your point of view, maybe you're not looking at ages, but do you think that the younger people are more expectant with electrical mobility? Yes, sure. Not just that, but we also need to start to see a change in this tradition of the sense of belonging associated with the car. So maybe it would be very disruptive to suggest any kind of shared mobility here or autonomous mobility that in other areas is growing more and more together with the electrical mobility. But today vehicles have more and more technology, because this is what can differentiate one vehicle from another. Because investing to make an engine radically more efficient would be millions of dollars for a 1%. So that would be very difficult. So for one example is Tesla. Tesla is not an electrical car. I'm not sure if by saying the brand I did the right thing. Yeah, sure, but so that people who are listening can know what we're talking about. Yes, definitely. We all know them. Yes, this is an autonomous vehicle. It has technological systems, it works with batteries, and it's entirely disruptive. So this is technology shaped like a car. It's not a car with technology anymore. And what do you see, Julio, with the young people? Do you notice this with Voy en Bici? Yes, definitely, exceedingly. The people who approach us the most are the young people, especially when we do campaigns in schools and universities so that they can join. And why join? Because what we're looking for is to foster national industry. So if we have bikes we have campaigns that you can say, buy this national bike, you can say, get this with this national bike, then give away your used bike. So you purchase a new bike, you have a discount. So this way we can help the national industry, and we can help the people who need the most. Yes, definitely, the economical side, we definitely need to talk about this. Do you notice that, Federico, that the young people support you more? Yes, they definitely do. Many of the people that sell tires that have a long trajectory. When we started talking about eco-valor and recycling, they have agreed with the idea, because for them, the tires that they change out is also a problem, because what do we do with these 4 tires? Where do I put them? So they are concerned about the final destination of these tires. So I don't think that this is a matter of age, but in our area, in our environment, people are very interested in where the tires go. Yes, very interesting. We have been talking for about half an hour, so I would like to ask you, can you give some advice for people who cannot do or who are afraid of working in the circular economy? How would you do it? What's your advice? Okay, in my case, regarding electrical mobility, let's see a little bit the presentation so that I can provide some image support. It's necessary to have knowledge, not just knowing how much the car costs in the car shop. So we need to know which are going to be the costs of using this electrical power, and see how can we support a strategy if you were, for example, a company to buy a fleet of cars. And in order to provide this knowledge, we have carried out communication actions. The idea is to communicate here. And what we have implemented is an electrical mobility rate, which was passed in 2019, which intends to, goes to having the people who have electrical vehicles charging their cars between the hours of 11 and in the evening and 5. The hours that the people sleep. So you have an electrical vehicle. Do you need to charge it every day? No, it's not necessary. It would be the same thing as nobody goes to the gas station every day. Yes, you maybe use it for a week or a week and a half, or you charge it a little bit every day. But the idea is that you don't go to your home at 7, 8 in the afternoon and then plug it in, because that's peak hours. And that would be the same for you, because the car will be charged 100% at the end of the night. So if you start at 11 to 5 a.m. and throughout all that time the car has charged at a lower price, and we prevent having issues with the provision of energy. And the other area is related in the impact of this rate. And here we can see that the regular electrical rate is going to cost 67% more than if we had the electrical mobility. Here we have the other percentages of the different types of fuel for the vehicles that we have mentioned. So if we're going to talk about it from that point of view, from an economical point of view, if you're going to use the vehicle several kilometers per day, and if you're a company that has the luxury of having the funds available, do it. So your advice is to analyze, because the numbers are good. Not in all cases. When the battery prices go down, as we've seen in the graph, we're going to reach a point where the expense curve of an electrical vehicle is going to be more affordable for everyone. Julio, what's your advice for people who wants to get involved in your work, or in work like yours? For me, the best advice that we can give is that all of us from our place of leadership can change our reality. In circular economy, the idea is to change things, to change the planet, and education is the best way for circular economy to be sustainable in the long run. Some advice, a piece of advice, Federico? Yes, the same thing as Julio. What else can I tell the entrepreneurs? I would tell them, please don't be afraid. If you're convinced, go forward. And an advice that taught me a lot is to lean on people who have experience, the city, the municipal government, who have helped us. They are more advanced, they have numbers, they can help us and they can guide us a little bit. So all that I can say is go forward. Thank you all three for joining us. Thank you for this dialogue, for this talk. From my place as a moderator, I learned a lot. I imagine that the people watching are also very happy. And do you have anything else to say? Maybe an invitation for your social network sites, for people to follow you, to investigate? Yes, Millie, first of all, I want to thank you for your warmth, and everyone here in the organization for inviting us to be here talking about these subjects, and to be able to share this space with these incredible actions on the circular economy. I would like to celebrate the initiative, and I value the difficulties that they definitely must have faced. But like you said, definitely with some conviction, we can move forward. Julio, anything that you want to say? First of all, I want to thank you for this summit, because it's really helpful for all of us, and definitely I would love to be there right now with the first shipping of bikes to Córdoba. But for now, we are at voymbc.org and Instagram, Instagram/voymbc. We have nice bike lanes here and nice neighborhoods to go around, so it would be great to have you here. Okay, now I want to thank you. We are here in Córdoba. Our webpage is ecovalor.com.ar. And any doubts that you may have, I invite you to join us. And thank you all for being in this panel, which I think that added a lot of value.
Now we're going to start with the panel, more than interesting panel, that is based on what happens at PYMES, which is the regional bloc of mayors and business people of Mercosur. And we have important guests from different places. It is a great honor for me being here with you. I'm going to introduce them and then we talk with each of them. Business people, Ramón Orellano, Secretary General of PYMES, María Lourdes Puente, President of RedNap Virtual. Then we have Engineer Oscar Hernández Arana, Director of Municipalities of Tolima, Colombia. Dr. Luciane Fornari, CEO of Fornari Industries of Brazil. And Dr. Matias Di Chiara, the Mayor of Chañar Ladeado, Province of Santa Fe, who is together with the teacher and auxiliary of environmental management, Melissa Aguirre. Thanks to all of you for being here with us and for being part of these circular experiences. I'm going to start with Ramón. How are you, Ramón? Thank you for joining us. Good morning. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be able to participate in this World Summit on Circular Economy that is very significant for our bloc. You are, in a way, the representative of the most important topic of today's conversation. To start and break the ice, what would you like to say, or how would you like to define your role within this circular economy? PYMES is an association, private-public partnership that joins 7 countries of the region: Brazil, Paraguay, Uruguay, Chile, Bolivia, Argentina. And we have 7 countries integrating this bloc. What I want to say is that the work that we have been performing in this integration, social integration of the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean, is a work that works within circular economy, because we work not only in environmental issues but also in the assistance to the different stakeholders, such as the mayors and business people who form this bloc. And the truth is that talking about circular economy is very significant, because it takes us to everything that we are doing. For example, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, we are working in transfer points to give each business person of the region, from Brazil, from Paraguay, from Uruguay, for example, give them the opportunity to work with an economy, a simple economy, and taking care of the environment. We're working in all of the aspects as regards soil, mining companies, with calcium sulfate. That is a product that we're bringing from Jujuy, adding more value to the province of Corrientes. Everything has to do with circulation, the circular economy, taking care of everything related to the production and everything related to that social integration that we need to foster, not only by mayors of Mercosur, but the entire population, the civil population. I believe that it is unavoidable going to a circular economy, and this is shown in the different challenges that we need to face with circular economy. I believe that PYMES, the private-public partnership that integrates 7 countries, is working with mayors of Brazil, Paraguay, Uruguay, Chile, Bolivia, Argentina, and Ecuador, Guayaquil. We are working with that interaction. So we have business people such as Luciane Fornari, mayors such as Di Chiara, and representatives who come from Colombia and who are part of circular economy as well. I would like to add something that is very important. First of all, I would like to thank the municipal mayor of Cordoba for being able to integrate BRIPAM to this amazing World Summit that will be a success, and having this as a partnership participate of mayors and business people, the mayor of Curitiba, one of the most important cities on circular economy in the world and of sustainability. This is very significant. They are part of BRIPAM and some other stakeholders who are going to participate in this summit. I'm very pleased to be here with you. Thank you, Ramon. And the interesting, as you mentioned, is that we have in this same conversation, in this same panel, a lot of what you mentioned. Maria Lourdes Puente, the presentation is yours, the floor is yours for people who are connected to know what you do, not only from RedNap, but also from the human perspective, how to get involved, how to communicate, and establish a link with circular economy. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, depending on the region you are. I would like to thank all of the panelists and all of the people who are listening to us. From the RedNap is new political action. Why new action? Why do we think it as a new political action? Because we think that we need to rethink ourselves. It is not enough with the categories that we have before. We believe that the new political action requires more stakeholders, such as Ramon mentioned, as regards the need to have the public area and municipalities and the private sectors with the companies. We believe that there are a lot of stakeholders in the communities that today require being part of political actions, such as the third sector as well, universities, of course the private sector and the public sector as well. And we also believe that the purposes have been widened. We not only need to have the good of our own community and the wellness of our community, but we need to be part of something bigger, to be coordinated for the wellness of the nation and of the region. So BRIPAM is in a way an expression of that idea that we cannot go in isolation to try and solve this. What we look for is to have new actions from the private sector, the private sector and the third sector, so that adding all of the stakeholders, the practices are improved and are fostered. And when we talk about good practices, what we truly mean, of course, is circular economy, because for us the idea of having good practices implies not only thinking about the community and human beings, but also the community as a whole, and including the entire ecosystem we are part of and the one in which we live. And the pandemic brought this idea of doing a territorialization and making us feel part of the place we live in, and not only thinking about our own community, but also the natural environment. This is the work that we have been conducting from their network. We're trying to look for new good practices and actions that have a real impact in the community, in the sense of community of a circular economy that is a wider or more comprehensive view, and we try to replicate different actions and to make connections. This is what we are doing with BRIPAM now. For example, having the municipalities, taking to the municipalities a lot of courses and training so that we can create more jobs, and these are jobs that are very thought, and trainings that are comprehensive, not only just teaching, but teaching depending on the different demands. And one of the other aspects that drives us is for example, seeing a vulnerable community that we need to reintegrate into the society. So how we can articulate the different actions to create a job, and a job that has this view of non-ownership, for example, and not damaging the environment, but that of a greater comprehensiveness. And on the other hand, we need to articulate with the production sector so that we have a more sustainable production, sustainable from the economic point of view, but also from the environmental point of view. So we have different programs and commissions that go to the different aspects of the human life and that go for that purpose and the development of our bigger nation, let's say. That development goes from local to national, but also to regional areas. So the agreement with BRIPAEM of the good practices, circular practices, is very important and is related with that vision of articulating, of being aware that we are a lot of stakeholders and we need to be really committed with our own community, that is with our own nation and with our own region and with the entire humanity. In a way, we realized that we have a global citizenship that calls us from the local perspectives, and you go from one to the other. We need to start from the local work, but taking a broader perspective. We need to create synergies such as the one created by BRIPAEM and the ones that we are trying to articulate in this network. If we do not do that, it will be very difficult. We cannot be effective or reach our goals. So we need to empower the good ones in a way that, in a moral, not in a moral way, but in as regards with the impact they have in the community, with this belief that we cannot save ourselves from isolation. It is together that we need to work, and with the environment, and we are very pleased to participate in this amazing international event of the city of Córdoba. This is an example, in this case, of circular economy, and I believe very aligned with the network that we have. So seeing how we can promote and create synergies with the entire world. Because at the end of the day, the fate of humanity is played from the global and the local perspectives. Thank you very much. We are global citizens from each of the different areas, and also citizens of the world. Let's imagine, Lourdes, that now we are in this space connecting Brazil, Colombia, Argentina, and different spaces of Argentina with this same perspective of being global citizens. Now, I'm going to talk to someone who is in Colombia and who has probably a similar or very committed perspective, such as María Lourdes San Ramón, who is Oscar Hernández Arana, Director of Municipalities of Tolima. Oscar, thank you very much for being here with us in this session, in these circular experiences. Thank you. Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank these to congratulate the entire panel for this. I am the director of a territorial matter, a new way of organizing the territory in the Republic of Colombia. We are based in the center of the country, and we have a new scheme composed of 12 municipalities that have a population, a very significant population of 723,000 people, and we need to talk about coordination and the collaboration and different efforts. Our territories, we have different municipalities that are more developed than others. So what we want to do, and also in the constitution of this country, is to move forward to look for a balance, a territorial balance on development that are balanced, and the contention of the help to all the citizens. In the centers of Tolima, territorial grouping falls within one of the most important cities of the country, and what we want to do is to move forward and to lead a process for 11 municipalities that are neighbors of category 6, the last category on budget, so that they can have a true development, a balanced development. We work in what we call the deep Colombia, in a way. Colombia, there's rural and the forgotten one sometimes, because here in Colombia, as in some other countries, the big developments on education, science, and economics, they are focused on some cities, very specific cities, and the rest of the municipalities and small cities do not have that possibility of being more developed. The constitution of this country from 1991 mentioned as very important the aspect of the decentralization. The decentralization is empowering those territories of the province, those rural territories, for them to go, for them to be able to develop in a balanced way and with a clear principle. If you cannot do this alone, we can do this together. And in that practice, we are leading a process, under regional process, with the support of the national government as well, to articulate these 12 municipalities in issues that go beyond the municipal impact, to have because we are public officers and we need to comply with our obligations. We need to be facilitators and drivers of regional development. And we cannot separate the private from the public areas. There is a misconception believing that private areas go from one side and public actors go to the other. We need to level the field for private areas to make investments and to create employment, progress, and development. And we have to do this together with the infrastructure, the legal security, and the articulation with regional entities and national entities as well. So from Asocentro, we lead a process for Colombia to have sort of an utopia, some call them, because those spaces that are peripheral as compared to the country can be organized and be turned into a true possibility for development. We work really close with the private sector that is organized. In this department, we have the representation of the 25 private areas of the region that are organized. And in that scenario, we want to work on two specific issues. One of them has to do with the rural development. We believe that the peace, at least in this country, in Colombia, goes to the rural areas. And in that context, that rural aspect is being focused in a significant way to promote the cultural identity, to promote the heritage, the natural heritage. We are advocates for this, who love the water richness and the flora and fauna and the cultural heritage that is both material and from the environment. And we need to look for development through the business development, because in that deep Colombia, a lot of the activities are not formal. So what we want to do is to have in those economic activities that are conducted an aggregated value and making jobs formal of the different departments that are going to give more credibility in the different economic aspects that they work. We are doing a lot of effort after these problems, after the pandemic. We have a complex difficulty, and we have to overcome it together. Not only the big cities, but also together with the different municipalities in Colombia and the different cities. In some other countries are named differently, but looking for solidarity and unity is a very important exercise, and I believe that this aims at having a recognition or acknowledgement at a national level in the short and medium term.
This is very interesting, Oscar, because you give us a scenario that is very different from Argentina, and each of the places work towards the same with the conditions that everyone has. And now we're going to move to Brazil and see what the conditions are like over there, and we're going to meet Dr. Luciane Fornari, CEO of Fornari Indústrias of Brazil. And we are here listening, we're all ears listening to the work that you do and how it's like to do it in Brazil. Thank you very much for the invitation. Sorry for my Spanish. I would like to speak in Portuguese. It's going to be easier for me. There's no interpretation from Portuguese to English.
E felicitar a todos pelo importante evento. E eu vou compartilhar minha apresentação. Posso compartilhar com vocês aqui?
Perfecto, sí, lo miramos.
Great, let's take a look at the presentation.
Luciane Fornani es CEO de Fornani.
Luciane Fornani is the CEO of Fornari Indústrias of Brazil. We love the way that you speak. Thank you.
Importante assunto. Vocês já estão vendo?
Estamos viendo.
Ok, graças. Só aqui então, deixa eu só ir para. Acho que vou deixar acá. Agora, ok?
Perfecto.
Certo. Vou voltar aqui. Voltar apenas uma. Tecnologia. Bom, então, como eu estava falando com vocês, eu estou aqui como secretária de Eficiência Energética do PAIM, porque há uma vontade muito grande de fazer com que possamos fazer parcerias e negócios para o Brasil. Como empresária, quero trazer para vocês como duas empresas, ao qual eu sou sócia, e estamos trazendo algumas experiências em economia circular ao todo mundo, o que fizemos com a Fornari e com a Planete, que são duas empresas. A Fornari é uma empresa que trabalha com fabrica equipamentos e máquinas para segurança alimentar, automações de modo geral, sempre muito preocupada com o consumo d'água, para o destino de resíduos, a grande eficiência energética. E por isso temos uma empresa no Brasil reconhecida muito por questões de inovação. O Grupo Planete é um grupo de uma empresa alemã que está estabelecida também há mais de 25 anos no mercado, desenvolvendo usinas de energia. E é um pouco disto que eu vou falar para vocês, como estamos trazendo para o Brasil e a América do Sul as experiências que desenvolvemos ao redor do mundo e quais os desafios que precisamos vencer para conseguir realmente, de fato, fazer com que aconteça. E para isso, não tem como dizer que não há necessidade de inovação. Inovação tem que ser dentre todos nós, como nossa colega falou antes, com uma globalização, somos global hoje, né? Nós somos uma população global. A inovação precisa muito de parceria para as transferências com universidades, com empresas, com governos, para que a gente realmente aconteça. E quando falo governos, falo governança, falo social, porque temos que desenvolver justamente isso, tecnologias, inovação que impactem e seja sustentável. Então isso é muito importante, esta conversa, este congresso do que estamos falando aqui hoje. E como isso começou, de fato, para mim, Luciane, trazer isso olhando para o Brasil. Trabalho há muito tempo no agronegócio e há muito tempo vejo as iniciativas das empresas e companhias em realmente buscar biocombustíveis, combustíveis para substituir combustíveis fósseis e principalmente dar um tratamento adequado à parte ambiental de resíduos nas produções de proteínas de cerdos, coios, que em Santa Catarina é um grande produtor, o Brasil é um grande produtor. E também em grãos, né? Porque muitos fertilizantes químicos estamos utilizando para a grande produção e por que não usarmos então nosso maior recurso que temos, os fertilizantes orgânicos para substituir e para poder realmente fazer. E fiz uma imersão em Alemanha. Esta foto é uma foto onde eu estive numa usina onde planetei a empresa que fabricou essa usina há mais de 20 anos. E esta foto eu gosto muito de compartilhar porque atrás os senhores podem ver aqueles silos onde armazenam diversos tipos de fluidos, de resíduos, diversos tipos de resíduos. E hoje ele vem sendo dado destino tanto para a produção de eletricidade como para combustível e o resíduo em si virá um excelente fertilizante orgânico. E como eu vi isso na usina há mais de 20 anos funcionando, acabei querendo conhecer muitas outras realidades. E foi aqui que começou a grande paixão. Por que não podemos ser eficientes na América Latina como um todo? Porque esta é uma realidade que eu, no meu celular, eu cliquei para trazer essa imagem do dia que eu estava lá. É uma vila de 600 pessoas, 600 habitantes, chamada Bolivik, que são produtores pequenos produtores de cerdos, pequenos produtores de pollo, de gado leiteiro. E esta comunidade com a inovação do mindset, de seu pensamento dentro da economia circular, que ela é 100% autossuficiente em energia, água quente e ainda consegue vender parte disso. Porém, todo resíduo orgânico da cidade, da vila urbana, ele também vai para essa sede. Todo o resíduo da produção também vai para esta sede. E por que esta não ser replicada pelo mundo? Qual é a dificuldade? E aí começa sobre a importância delas em parcerias, como o Dr. Oscar falou muito bem, parcerias públicas, privadas, para que consigamos ser eficientes e, de fato, colocar a mão na massa para fazer. Então, esse é um exemplo que tem que ser muito, muito difundido a nível mundial e que nos trouxe essa paixão. Outro exemplo que me deixou muito emocionada, o dia que eu vi muito contenta, é o pequeno produtor de gado leiteiro, no caso desta propriedade, ela tinha até de 250 vacas leiteiras. Ela produz eletricidade para um hospital, para onde as pessoas, onde temos que ter a garantia de energia. Ela produz com os resíduos de sua produção. Como isso é possível e como não é possível aqui na América Latina? Porque o que temos que criar? Políticas públicas, o que precisamos fazer? Viabilizar economicamente. Como podemos fazer isso de forma rápida? Porque o meio ambiente não pode mais esperar. Por isso é a emergência, porque estamos aqui hoje falando sobre este assunto. E isso é possível, sim, basta querermos fazer. Outro exemplo fantástico é a cidade de Berlim. Talvez muitos de que estão nos ouvindo já conheçam este. Eu mesma fiz essas fotos, onde fiquei impressionada por todo o transporte de lixo urbano feito por biometano, pelo combustível gerado a partir dos resíduos da cidade. E aqui, quando falamos em cidades inteligentes, falamos em monitoramento remoto, monitoramento onde podemos, dentro da indústria 4.0, cidade conectada, não podemos esquecer que as médias e as pequenas cidades além da população urbana, temos a população rural. E esta temos lá todos os cerdos, temos todas as gado leiteiro, temos todas as... Enfim, temos outra população que precisa ser pensada e que, de certa forma, está sendo monitorada com a tecnologia que está sendo possível. Então, temos que ter amplitude de olhar para este modelo muito mais orgânico de como podemos organizar tudo isso. E por isso que dizer, é possível fazer se criamos uma empresa, com a empresa alemã e brasileira, para que podemos fazer, e também fizemos a primeira usina em Brasil no setor sucroalcooleiro de açúcar e etanol com o resíduo de vinhaça e torta de filtro. Estamos lá, esta usina no estado de Goiás, em Acreúna, que já será inaugurada este ano, 2021, será híbrida e já gerar, a partir de gerar 3 tipos, além de combustível para a frota, para levar a autossuficiência, também vai gerar eletricidade para a operação da própria usina e biofertilizante, que lá com excelente biodisponibilidade no solo para a produção ser muito melhor pela economia com produtos químicos e adição, e sem contar os ganhos ambientais. Então, estamos falando realmente de uma economia circular, quando pensamos desta forma, e muito mais que podemos fazer. E aí, quando eu falo muito mais, volto para o exemplo do Paulo Witt, porque por que não? Por que não? Se todas nas cidades produzimos proteínas vegetais, produzimos proteínas animais, precisamos de fertilizantes, precisamos de energia limpa, precisamos de água de boa qualidade, precisamos do solo para mãe terra.
Bueno, vamos a conversar acerca de por qué no.
Let's talk about why not, definitely in the panel, because there are certain limitations and some issues where we need to continue being convinced, like what happens to you, and some other issues that are a little bit harder, and we're going to talk about a little bit more. And the last presentation, if you allow me, Luciani, is the mayor of Chañar Ladeado, Dr. Di Chiara, who is together with the teacher and auxiliary for environmental management, Melissa Aguirre, from Argentina. Now we switch completely from Colombia to Brazil to Argentina before we move through Buenos Aires. And Mayor, how are you? Hello, how are you? And first of all, I would like to say hello to everyone here in this panel, the entire audience as well. And I would like to thank the mayor of the city of Córdoba for inviting us, and also the BRIPAM for inviting us. We want to talk about a little bit about our experience that we started doing in our city, which is in the middle of the wet pampas in Argentina. We're 3 kilometers away from the border with Córdoba. We're from the province of Santa Fe, and our city is mainly based on everything related to the agriculture, the cereals, and with raising cattle, all types of pigs and cows mostly. And our experience for the last 4 years are about the waste that are generated in our city, and that we have been working with this. It's going to be 24 years that we have been going through this process, and this created awareness in the population as for the separation of urban solid waste. So this is here is Melissa with us. She's in charge of the environmental area of the city, and she's going to explain a little bit more about this initiative. I want to tell you that in the city for the last 25 years we have had no issues with waste for our community, because the neighbors would take their garbage out to the street, and that's where the problem ended. But now we have started seeing the problem about what do we do with the waste. So in the year 1995 we had a project in the school that implied thinking about the environment, how to take care of the environment. and this project was called the Garbage versus the Environment. So the city decided to implement this project with productive use of household solid waste plan, which was a project that was started on April 3rd, 1997, together with the National University of Rosario. This problem, we did not start this problem alone. We created an eco club together with children and youths, and the mission of this organization is to improve the quality of life of the population, and they help us think that we cannot be spectators as regards waste, but rather we need to be involved and be active in what we consider that is a big problem. So the people from the NGO created a campaign to sensitize, to create awareness in the population, going door to door, telling them about the benefits of separating of waste. And we also ask intermediaries, which we consider very important, because they signed a commitment declaration to follow the environmental policies of the city. And when we think about that city that has a very small, slight, and simple footprint, so we divided the town into 5 areas, and we started implementing the sorting of household waste. And we're happy to show here in the images that we have here, we can see the treatment plant of urban waste, which is called Professor Marcela Ruffini, which is the name of the facilitator back then of the Eco Club. And why do we consider this very important? And why we are so filled with pride when people from all over the country come to get to know our plant is because if we think about the waste that we generate, half of the waste is organic. So in this plant we do composting of this waste, and the compost is exchanged with the neighbors. So these are campaigns that we do very often. Or it's provided to institutions who work with foresting and the environmental issues. We also receive recyclable waste. Talk about plastic, paper, cardboard. In the image you can see our collection schematic, and having this sorted, this separated waste collection helps us use the same human resources and creating economic savings. In our plant we work with the organic part, with plastics, with paper, with cardboard, and all of this is classified, is conditioned, and is packaged in bales to send to companies that work with recycling of these different materials. We periodically also receive, before we take a look at a waste product, we think of the second chance that we can provide to this product. We receive remainders of containers for crops. Here you can see bottles, and this we sell in bulk or by unit. And we also receive aluminum or tin cans. And we have different ways of treating other wood. For example, we use it for chipping. This is used for public spaces. And the other way that we have, which is a great example of circular economy, is by creating firewood for neighbors that need it socially, due to social issues. Another one of the ideas that we implemented in our city is the Cleaner Production program, which is an initiative of the province of Santa Fe that started a few years ago, and that our consortium took it and started working on this part. And we started installing a couple of in different cities, one in Firma and the other one in our city. And we work with different producers, with pig farmers. Our city or town is the provincial capital of the pig production, and we gave them tools to start working. And the cleaner production program trained the different entrepreneurs to be able to do a diagnosis of their production, figuring out where the failures or where the shortcomings and where is there more waste. So we helped them have an improvement plan, an action plan in the long term, with a specific plan with different actions. From our consortium, we gave the producer a loan to be able to implement these improvements, which generated benefits for their production and for the environment. And as I've seen that we have seen a few of the images of our consortium. Yes, Melissa was talking about the consortium, which is part of the different areas in the cleaner production program. 8 towns, 8 different cities joined together for this consortium to treat the waste, to talk about the waste treatment, to try to get a more circular production idea. So we have been working together for a few years. And here, this truck that you can see here is a truck with a compactor that goes around all of these towns, and they collect the trash. It is packaged and baled, and we can store it like this. Here are the images. But if we can talk a little bit further, and after we heard this person from Brazil, Luciane, who talked about renewable energies, our city also carried out a project that, as we discussed, this is a pig farming quality center. So we started working with cities, with producers in a radius of 12 kilometers around our city, and we started working with the different residue of these farms. And we found that we could generate the consumption of gas, the equivalent to the consumption of gas of our city. This is a very ambitious project that we're waiting to, and of course we always run into other cities like us that are fighting for the same investment sources to move forward with these initiatives. But this is something that we have projected, and that has taken some time for us to put together. And we have worked with the people in INTA and the provincial government, national institutions. And this is something that is still pending to the project that we want to develop in our city. And it's very interesting, and I see that everyone else is here also in agreement, because every circular experience that we are seeing nowadays have many meeting points, but that's what it is about, to take the theory into practice, or to turn theory into reality. I want to ask each and every one of you, which are the strong points, or where you're looking at the most optimistically, thinking maybe about the future generations or different looks. But for now, and also, what are the weaknesses? What's harder for us all? In some places it's going to be maybe not enough funding or legislation. So you can tell us, let's start with Ramon. Which is the most optimistic the most optimistic point of view, and which are the difficulties? Okay, I will talk about the most optimistic point of view. I would look at the integration. We need to integrate. Luciane Fornari spoke very skillfully, and as a representative of all of the Matias, as a representative of the mayors in the area and everyone here, we need to think about the collaboration, because we achieved a social integration in BRIPAM with the businesses and the cities, and they're integrating, and with the people who are closer to the people, and because the mayors are close to the people, and the business people want to train the people, the citizens, So that's related also to the circular economy. And I think that PyMES has done very important work, and the response that we have seen, that I think that is very important, is that we need to activate the banking, the development banks, to intensify investments in circular economy activities. PyMES proposes that because it's important to have public and private banks and regional banks to be able to accompany the local production, not just the active production, but also taking care of the green side and the ecological side. So we need to broaden the European Green Deal, and about the different actions that we're doing. I believe we need to do an integration and a transition, and this is why we invite the region and the world to follow the work that we have done in PyMES with a social, economic, political integration, so that we can move forward with this change, this important change that is this transition, this very important transition that is the circular economy. I like that you are very optimistic, and let's see what Maria Lourdes says. If she's as optimistic, because she's convinced. What's the most salient, the brightest point? Where are you going to, and what are the obstacles as well? Of course, yes, I am very optimistic because of the new generations. I think that the youths, the coming generations, have a more holistic view and an awareness that the community is also the space that they live in. So that gives me a lot of hope, because you know that they have a culture, and that the green ideas has changed into the politically correct. So they need to, at least to keep appearances, they need to consider all of these things more important. Some of them are not as convinced, but the centrality of the environmental ideas are this is something that is very optimistic, that I think, at least. What I think that is becoming what is an obstacle is the thing that I was listening to everyone, and we hear that there are many difficulties, and it's this drop in the ocean thing. There are companies, there are individuals, there are organizations. We have an organization that's working excellently here with high vulnerability neighborhoods. And we have also initiatives related to recycling and circular economy. And the thing is that everything still seems like drops in the ocean. So the largest challenge is cooperation. So we need to go through political decisions. We need to go into the political decision making. And what Mr. Ramos said is the financial side. And because this is, we need to move into production, and we need to start production like this, circular production, not the other types of production. This is what we need for the 21st century, and we need both the political side and the financial side to start having this look when they make decisions. And I think that this gives me a lot of hope. I think that they will do it. I think that the challenge is going to be easier from then on. It's interesting to see the number of men and women who are giving their bodies to get to this point, but we still need the big decisions from the political side. So when we have a city, maybe you can say, if the province is with us, if the country is with us, the national government is with us. So we need to climb politically to be able to have the actions be followed in this line, and for the actions to be effective. And I think that there's a lot to do. I think that there's a lot of people working but it's very difficult to do it in isolation. So we have the resources in the planet to do this, but we need to integrate. And we want these talks and this experience. If you have a little bit more Lourdes, if we can all work a little bit more, we are adding.
What is your opinion, Oscar, as regards this? Something that you would like to mention as salient? Maybe you agree with what Lourdes mentioned or what Ramon mentioned, but maybe you have a different perspective. And what is the most difficult part? Something we cannot try, we cannot overcome, or the most difficult part? Yes, thank you. Effectively, I actually believe that the challenge in the case of Colombia is the fact of decentralizing issues. The territories, the peripheral territories are struggling, and we need to take into account the peripheral areas. We cannot think about Buenos Aires and Rio and only the big cities, the ones that will drive this change. As Lourdes mentioned, in the territories you build realities. Technically, they're well supported from the social, environmental and economic aspects, but when you have to escalate, for example, in the case of Colombia, the ministries are divided into departments, and we have certain initiatives of the local work that is supported by the national government, that willingness of that community to move forward and to overcome the obstacles that we had for a lot of time. I truly believe that we have a different awareness to provide, to empower the local people, the local initiatives. That is a challenge in the local area, but not in isolation and without articulation, but with articulation. A social scheme of the territory, and I believe that Category 6 municipality, for example, may not have the possibility to change, but if that one joins to a different one, they can overcome the obstacles and create synergies. I believe that people sometimes do not take that into account. And competitive partnerships, there is the key to success. And from the public point of view, all of the officers need to have certain conditions, analyzing and studying everything. This is another aspect. We sometimes make a mistake of not having social and economic and environmental studies and cultural studies, and in that way we are not going anywhere. To do objective and concrete studies that are complementary or supplementary. I'm not saying that territories will have a specific protagonism, but if we all work together from the local perspective to the sub-regional and regional, we can, in a way, participate of national decision-making processes, because our process is different. We depend from the national levels, and the small towns are not taken into account sometimes. So if we continue with that work and we understand something that is essential, as Pabli mentions that, and the scholars, we have a dichotomy, a big dichotomy, the global versus the local. And I believe that we cannot talk about global without the local. We need to see the different conditions in the local areas, because here is where we need to create some spaces to improve the competitiveness. And I mean, as Luciana and the production sector means, I need to have different studies of the soil, having water resources. I need to have technology, because without technology I'm not going to achieve anything. So we need to be aware of that fact, the fact of the energies, the alternative energies, which are the solution, but we need to move forward, and not only by the public area, we also need the different stakeholders. We need to consider solidarity. We know that the capital looks for profitability and interests, but we need solidarity with the territories. We need them to be responsible from a sustainable point of view. because we are not talking about only the economic sustainability, but also the willingness of helping those departments, and we can open windows and doors from the domestic from the household to the neighbor, from the neighbor to the community, and then to the province, then to the nation, and then we are global citizens, and each of them has something to do and an action point. I would like to ask Luciane which are the contributions she can make, because as what Oscar mentioned, included everything that we have been dealing with, involving everyone and doing a mapping of everything that we have said, and collaboration from the perspective of each of you. He talked about Colombia, but we can also apply this to Argentina, maybe in Brazil as well. What is your contribution as regards this? This is perfect because we are here, all of us, with a lot of synergy. This is the first step, because if we think culturally, Brazil, Colombia, Argentina, Paraguay, what we need to do and how we need to do, it is simple. We need to start locally, as Lourdes mentioned, to be able to scale up. We need to start locally to make it more scalable. And the cultural aspect is very important. We need to work and to work together so that we can articulate the different initiatives. And we have a lot of theories and companies saying something. We also need to take into account the millennials to see the different initiatives, to do a work of awareness before for children and companies and business people to understand, not only to add value in the production. Oh, I'm doing everything great environmentally. No. We have to move from the theory to the action. We need to work together. We need to have public policies of fiscal incentive to add value to industries, to companies, and for them to work, that they are doing an honest work for the environment, and for the SMEs and small producers can have everything that way they need to reach the same global objective, because the world is global and we need to have global initiatives. For that, we need to start locally. I hope you are aware of everything that they are saying, because this is wonderful. We have very few minutes, intended Chiara and Melissa, but I would like to give you space to close this session. And I would also like to thank you. We are very open to different suggestions and information that you provided, and we are very happy to have different countries. From Chañar Ladeado, the last words, please. I share everything that you said. I agree with all of you, all of the panelists. The best we can do or say for the next generations is related to paving the way in some areas, so that in the new times, in the future, they have the different possibility to achieve what we projected in this area, but also leaving a legacy of the cultural aspects and educational aspects. And I'm saying this because if I say garbage, for example, everything thinks about something that it is disposed of, and from our community we wanted to change that to recover value and to resell that and to reuse that garbage, turn it into waste. And thanks to all of the work that we have been doing today in our community, is doing household waste sorting of 75% of our inhabitants. This is a very important number that we got. And as regards the negative part, what you asked before, I believe that yes, we need to have some clear rules about this, and the financial aid, of course, to be able to fund all of those projects. Yes, thank you very much, the 6 of you, for being here. in this circular experience. The truth is that we have learned a lot, and let's hope that we see each other very soon. Thank you very much. A great hug to all of you. This was a new panel of circular experiences. It was amazing. I hope you all had enjoyed this.
Seguimos avanzando con estas.
Here we move forward with these circular experiences, getting to know protagonists, people who make this circular economy happen in Córdoba and in the world. But here we have a very special guest, journalist Soledad Huespe. She's she's here with us. Thank you, Mili. We're having a great day and getting to know a lot more about circular experiences. And here we have an international panel. We have people from Mexico, Chile, Córdoba, of course. And we're going to discuss plastics and also packaging. Let's start introducing every one of them. We have the pleasure of saying hello to Carlos Mendieta Cerón, the Director of Sustainability of PetStar. Welcome, Carlos. Hello, Sol. Very nice to meet you and to say hello to you and to say hello to everyone in the audience. Thank you for the space. Yes, we've gathered from all over the world, Carlos, and we're going to show you a couple of images, and we want to ask you to tell us a little bit what's PetStar all about. The base is the PET recycling, right? It's a result of our story. We have paved our way 25 years ago when we found out that the value of recycling was beyond the materials. We started collecting, and afterwards we became pioneers in PET recycling, starting a circular economy. And everything that we've seen throughout our road had turned us into more than just a recycler, because behind every package you are there, because you that every day recover this empty bottle to give it a new life. You that believed and bet on going through this road with us, to have a world without trash. You that with your commitment make us into an excellency company. You who sort your waste correctly and inspire others to think sustainably. So we want to tell you that if we have the largest food-grade PET recycling plant, is thanks to you, because you are part of this history and have helped us to go through this road. We know it hasn't been easy, and you've always helped us move one step forward than the one that we have. So we will continue recycling with you so that we can continue recycling these PET packages without leaving anyone behind. Okay, this is the spirit a little bit, to give new life to the PET packages. How many kilos of PET are you recycling? Yes, that is the idea. PetStar would like to thank this space. We're really recovering 80,000 tons of PET bottles a year, over 80,000 tons that we have managed to collect to store with our model here in Mexico, and we want to change these PET bottles into food grade resin that is going to be used for new bottles, to manufacture new bottles that are stored again and then be added to this process to again be turned into new bottles. So here we have the circular economy here that we were talking about. And we also work with the labels and the covers, the lids, because when they reach us in the bottles, we use them and for different applications. PetStar is a company that it's more than a recycling company. It's also a sustainable business model, which is perfectly integrated from storage to recycling. And it's aligned to all of the ideas of circular economy. These are bottles recovered from Mexico itself, and they are taken to the Mexican market as well, right? Yes, this is correct. We have 8 plants, 8 storage plants, and we have one recycling plant, which is the food-grade PET recycling plant that is the largest one in the world. It's in the city of Toluca, more or less an hour away of the city of Mexico, maybe related more or less like going from Buenos Aires to La Plata. And that's the position of the plant, and we have 8 different storage plants, which we receive clients with our own infrastructure, and we visit different deposits, different warehouses that are in the cities and the communities. That in a neighborhood, they have the space where they are receiving materials, not just PET materials. And we work with the collection service of the PET bottles with an inclusive storage model. We not only give them a service, an impeccable collection service, but also we also do a very special and unique value generation proposal for these centers that provide the certainty in the service to neighbors and urban recycling workers who are the base recyclers that maybe work full-time or part-time in this activity, provide material to these spaces, and we provide the collection service. Then it's sorted in our plants, and then it's taken to the recycling plant. And like you've said, this is a sustainable business in the end. We are going to be talking a little bit more about the benefits of this circular economy, this packaging. And now we're going to talk to engineer Tomás Pumarino, the co-founder of Recoboards. He's in Chile. Welcome. Hello, nice to meet you. Thank you for your invitation. I'm very honored to be here sharing with you, with the audience, and also with Carlos, who listening what he told us. I'm very impressed, and for me it's like a dream. I have a small company that we created with my older brother, and little by little we've been creating this thing of turning recycling a part of our life, and to be able to drive it forward and live in the world the way that we found it. This is very important to us, and this has always resonated with me, and this is more than a business for me. It's something with an impact. And this is definitely the spirit of everything that's bringing us here together, leaving the world a better place. So I'd like to propose, Tomás, that we see a few images and that you tell us a little bit about this particular industry, a very important nook in the market. Hello, I am Tomás Pumarino, founder of Recoboards, which is a point of intersection between extreme sports and sustainability. So here every user is responsible for their own footprint. So we are changing waste into accessory tables for different sports. What's the difference with the conventional products? Well, the only point in common is the sport, because we don't use carbon fiber, but we use materials that use the same mechanical properties, but we use waste materials. For example, we have We use sales models of P2P or P2C. So we normally do our MVP, which is the hub, which is very related with the hotboard, which is very important for the extreme sports community. And we developed then 3 projects: the surf keels and the boards. And we are people who want to leave the world better than we found it. And we are students of student engineering, and I am a commercial engineering student. So I invite you all to see a little bit more about RecoBoards. Thomas, this was very clear. What's the spirit and what's the core business of the company? And also, we found that you are in a very particular spot in the market, the extreme sports, using Tetra Pak. The Tetra Pak packagings are the ones that the milk comes in as some alcoholic drinks, right? Yes, we can see in Chile. We can see sauces, milks, creams. There's also wine. Different products that are consumed a lot, and there are over 200,000 packages like these per year. It's an important number, and at least in my country we recycle around 3.6%. So it's very little. An average citizen consumes around 50 packages per year, and out of them 2 of them are recycled. So this is a reality that we see today. And we see this problem that we see in the climate, in our environment, and we cannot continue like this. And I think that the young people are very important in these changes, and this is why we need to we want to have this experience and to try to help our environment. How do you get the materials? We work with a supplier that is part of the circular economy chain in the entire Chile. We don't work just locally, but we try to have this chain to work circularly all over. So all of our recycling supplier gets to schools all over the country, and that then turns into our raw material for our work. And the technology through which you got these materials, which is obviously very resistant. Does it have the same resistance of a conventional board? Yes, sure. Yes, it is. It does. That's the idea. We mainly work on pilot testing products for a long time, and so that the product can replace in a certain way the other conventional products. That is an impressive change of mentality. So you're going to be telling us a little bit more about this project. I also have the possibility of saying hello to Diego Moyano, CEO and founder of Bioplástico. They are Biopsa, also called, is located in Córdoba. Yes, it's located in Córdoba, but also in Sao Paulo and Buenos Aires as well. And we are part of the packaging industry, so that the packaging industry can manufacture the same packaging using the film, protecting the food from oxygen, humidity, or anything that can change its properties. But also, when we don't use it anymore, we need to have this packaging not to last forever. So we need it to end its days the same way that a leaf of a tree would end, so that it can be soluble in water and using CO2. Because if it can degrade with water and CO2, then the nature itself can degrade it, and then we can start the cycle again, and it turns into plant that we also can take again to create new packagings. So the basic material that you take from nature, which would it be? It typically would be some sort of sugar, something that the matter can eat and turn it into a biopolymer that we use to create packaging. And you use it for any type of food or foods with an expiry date. Okay, our clients include leading e-commerce companies, so we developed an e-commerce envelope that reaches your home. You can compost it. packaging for frozen foods, for leading brands, graphical materials, placard materials, packaging for cereal bars. Basically, it's very, very diverse, yes, and you've moved past the borders of Córdoba, because you're also in Sao Paulo, and you have plans of reaching India, right? Yes, our plan is for the next 3 years. We intend to do that. Right now we have gone through a road of proving what's the use for this technology, and companies are excited. Now we need the investment to expand. And also what we're doing is being replicated throughout the world. This is, but it's going to be replicated in the world. This is a new technology that's going to be adopted, and it has large regulatory frameworks in other places like China and around the world. And yeah, you will be telling us a little bit more about Biopsa. And now I'm going to introduce Giuliano and Franco Flora, partners of the RFG group. Welcome.
Yes, we are brothers and business partners as well in sustainable businesses. I would like you to tell me what the group does. We have some images we can show. These are 3 business units, right? Yes, our company is dedicated to industrial recycling. Basically, what we do is to provide services to industries to recover the materials that they have as waste, and we started working with value added for all of those types of material. We train the users for the household sorting to be effective. Which type of materials are the ones that you recover? We have in the different units everything that we have industrial scrap, for example, plastics, cloths, wood. Here we have the slides of the new project for the creation of railroad ties. We are developing this production through recycled plastic, and we focus on on not destroying forests and using plastic. The railway ties that we used had a different material, and now we want to use recycled plastic to do them, right? Yes, we have been working on a project for 3 years, and we try to avoid using wood from the tree quebracho and use recycled plastic instead to do these railroad ties, and we use a plastic that does not go to burial sites. And we have some innovations for this new technology. We think that in this year we're going to have this operational plant. It was very shocking. It creates packs, orchards, we see in the images. We have different applications in specific areas. Yes, our objective is to add value to something that people use has as waste, and for us that is a resource. And currently with the pandemic we develop consumption, more personal consumption. We worked a lot with industries, recycling different materials to create products and for containment materials. And with the pandemic we moved a bit to the more personal consumption, and we developed some small orchards and of bags and personal use elements with discarded cloths from the carts, from parachutes, and different types of scraps of the companies we service. Thomas, at the beginning, I'm going to open a question for the rest of the panel, but I would like you to start with the answer. And what drove you to work with circular economy? My parent, my father, around you. Okay, you started with your father, the other way around, not by children. Yes, we come from a family of entrepreneurs. My father taught us a lot. about this, about recycling, since we were children, to have a positive impact on economy. So we started as a business operation, and we started seeing in different industries the different materials they had as waste, and we wanted to create ideas on how to reuse them and to introduce them into the market and to give it back to the industries for them to see what they could do with the waste. In the case of the railway tires, what do? You recover the plastic from the cookie packaging, for example. Yes, that type of plastic. Everything that is flexible, polyethylene, polypropylene, and a lot of packaging, except from PET bottles. And what we do is take that waste, we process that waste, and through a technical process of plastification, we have these monolithic elements. How do you take that waste? From where? We work for a lot of industries. We have over 130 companies or industries in Córdoba and the rest of the country, and from different cooperatives and projects that we developed with some NGOs and associations from which we recover materials, and they are benefited from that recovery as well. In your case, Diego, what drove you to work with circular economy? I imagine you saw the papers yesterday, this morning, about the new reports of the IPCC on the scale of the global impact. We are living in the area of climate change. Maybe for the things that I studied and the things that I talk to my family, this was a concern for me, and I always liked not only looking at reality but also seeing how I can transform that. And to have a business, having a business was like a personal challenge for me, and bioplastics was something that I saw as a new challenge for our region. I have worked with renewable energies, with the food industries, organic food, waste management for a lot of time. So I took it as a personal challenge, and as we are the first generation to suffer climate change and the last one to do something to revert this situation. Now I'm going to give the floor to Carlos. Carlos, I would like to know your perspective as regards not only what drove you to become an entrepreneur of PetStar, but also the response of the Mexican community. Well, I agree with a lot of the concepts that you have been mentioning. We need to have actions day by day. PetStar has 26 years of experience. So this journey, Tomás, that you are starting has a lot of future and perspective. You need to continue to raise awareness, Soledad, the entire community, and making them know the different strategies they have to participate. The call for action has to be very concrete, very defined. PetStar, with its history of 26 years, we started doing the collection because we did not have installed capacity for PET bottles, and in 2009 we inaugurated our recycling station. We are currently a company led by Arca Continental, Coca-Cola of Mexico, and some other 5 bottlers of our country. During these years, we could create a logic for our actions, and we are focused on having our investors to recover 100% of the bottles that they place on the market, and that they can achieve a recycling process of at least 50% of everything that they produce to 2030. We need to have a common vision of plastics that promoted by the Ellen MacArthur Institution in 2018. They launched the Global Agreement for the New Economy of the Plastics. And if you check the common perspective that they promote, It is very powerful because they point out that everything that needs to be complied with, and part of the elimination of plastics, unnecessary plastics or problematic plastics, for them to be reused, recycled, or composed. We also need to redesign, to innovate in the business model, in the product, in the plastic field. And in this way, I will also say that apart from PetStar, we also have a different infrastructure. There is a social association, ECOSE, in Mexico, that has been working in schools with children to promote the household sorting of waste. So we have a society that has received for over 17 years all of these teachings, and they are very demanding as to what they expect from the plastic and in general from the products. And we have then the culture we grew with here in Mexico, which was reusing, recycling, and reducing consumption, and this has been supplemented by a lot of actions of rethinking, reusing, redesigning, and this provides quality to the recycling culture. This recycling understood as a component, a very significant one, of the circular economy, but that in PetStart we have also worked, and we want to work with the redesign of bottles, and we have a space, Soledad, that is called Botellotech, and this allows us to show the industry in general their own packaging, what is their own bottles, and if they can be recycled or not. We need to see the different components. Maybe the product is very appealing, but it represented a problematic to be recycled. So all of that is analyzed, and different PET bottles are being modified to be able to be recycled 100%, as we have in some other industries. And we are very excited to have these PET bottles that are 100% recycled, and the paper as well, and for the social, economic, and environmental value that we create with the PetStar business model, PET bottles are non-disposable. There is a world tendency of having not only, I imagine in this case, this has to do with the material that we are using, the most convenient material to produce them, but also there is a tendency in the world of having bottles that are smaller to contaminate less, a packaging that is smaller. Are you seeing this trend? This is very interesting. From the redesigning perspective, we need to think of two elements. First of all, using the least amount of material possible that is necessary for you to have that plastic product. So the thickness of different bottles has been reduced, so that it is why we have like softer bottles or more flexible or lighter bottles in this case. But that happens for the different plastic products as well. And the other component that is very significant when we talk about a design that fosters circular economy is that the plastic product can be managed or handled. The small presentations we have in shampoo, for example, or soap at hotels, those are the ones that are called upon to be rethought, because it is the same material. We may have a different thickness, a smaller thickness. You can recycle that. The problem is how you recover that, because it is very small. So it is lost within the entire waste bin, and they are not sorted out at the beginning. So there is less incentive in the cleaning services, for example, in recovering that material that is very small. So the size is very important for it to be handled, and the thickness, those are two very important elements. Thank you very much, Carlos. Now I would like to give the floor to Tomas to ask him if it is a good business practice recovering those Tetra Paks and having these elements that you use for extreme sports. Is it a good business idea, or is it more expensive? In which way? What do you mean, economically speaking? Financially for the company, you mean? Yes. In the beginning, hardly, because entering a specific business as the one of extreme sports is very difficult, because the brands that we have are the typical ones that we see in the entire world, the same brands, the name skateboards or surfboards or the other products that we have there. And we have also widened this, and thanks to the pandemic we had to stop. In a way, we could not go to the workshop because we were constituting ourselves legally. We did not have a permit by the company to go out and work in Chile. It was very complicated, and that gave us more time to rethink this. So we created a new business line that we are developing now. We are currently doing furniture for a university in Chile, or some other projects in offices. And within extreme sports, I believe that for it to be a good line of business, it has to be international. Or we should require a bigger country, because our population is very small. So having a business model like this, it is not very profitable only in Chile. But the material and the technology is very versatile, and it allows you to go into different areas, right? Yes. And as we developed this from the beginning, with a lot of trial and error, we worked in the workshop, and that made us have knowledge and development of the technical side from Lucas. He was the one leading that area, because I am not very good for the handyman projects, and we have trained a lot. We have consulted with experts, and we were lucky enough to have an environment that was very collaborative with different companies of different businesses, so that we could develop this business. Thank you very much, Thomas. Diego, I would like to ask you about this that we have been saying, not only about the business, but you always mention that the rules are accompanying this circular economy process. How is it pushing it, and what is the impact it has on the business? There are two ways in which the legislations intervene. First of all, the banning or the prohibition, the European laws and the laws from Chile that are very similar in Uruguay, Peru, etc. We start declaring the prohibition of certain types of products that are highly contaminant or pollutants, such as different types of plastics or bags or products made of one material that we use, and then we have them like forever in the environment. But we have some other market pressure, such as that from the fee that the companies have to pay for extended responsibility of the manufacturer. So we have a client or a customer, and we are developing a small specific packaging using waste of the different production of a potato company, for example. We're working with that in Argentina with a technical team, and they are thinking about applying this in Colombia, because we need to take into account the cost of this due to the extended responsibility of the manufacturer. So the compostable packaging is very important, and that will create a balance to avoid paying for that fee or that fine. Yes, it has a great repercussion on that. These are technologies that at the end of the day, from the increase they create in the final product, is very small, but these are new technologies, disruptive technologies that are more expensive than the conventional packaging technology. And we have a lot of companies, especially international companies, big local companies as well, and small ones. We have a lot of startups that are making these decisions of saying, I cannot go and continue using the same packaging, having this new option of this composting packaging. But there are a lot of companies that, even though they want to, they cannot incorporate that cost because they can no longer work. So the legal framework is very important. Yes, this is key as well. This is how you live it as well from the group. Yes, I also believe it is very important to change the behavior of the consumer. This is what we mentioned before about the particular sectors of the market and what we try to implement, something disruptive and not a traditional product. In the scale that we manage, the unit cost is higher because we have a lot of processing, more processing. It is not the same creating a plastic with selection of plastics for a new product than purchasing directly the virgin plastic. So this has a different cost impact that are higher, and the change of the behavior of the consumer that we are evidencing after the pandemic. There was a good change of the multiplying effect we have with our actions that is very significant, and this allows us to have businesses such as ours to start growing and to have a different scale or workload and to be more competitive with traditional alternatives. I propose, because we need to close the panel due to time constraints, I propose you that in numbers you tell us which are the main benefits, the environmental benefits that you create from your own companies and industries. Who would like to start? In numbers. Let's see the impact in the numbers. Maybe we can start. Our company recycles different types of materials that we are currently in 400 tons per year, and with the project of the railway ties for the next 3 years, we will have 10,000 tons in those 3 years. Those tons of plastics from the waste. And the quebracho trees, to stop the cutting quebracho trees, we need to save these trees. We need to think about this possibility. When we substitute for a conventional packaging for one containing starch, for example, we see a very strong impact on the emissions of CO2, because the production of 1 kilo of polyethylene implies the emission of 3 to 6 kilos of CO2. These are the reference data that we have to analyze the life cycle. 1 kilogram of starch that we take as waste of an industry, of a station to produce packaging, implies the emission of only 100 grams of emissions. So we are changing 3 to 6 kilos to 100 grams. Then if you multiply that by the amount of packaging that a company uses, for example, 1 million, 2 million per year, this is impressive. Yes, I agree with you. Carlos, Tomás, who would like to continue with the numbers? I love talking about numbers. Carlos? Yes, thank you very much. We try to avoid having the materials develop left. We need to avoid the disposal of a lot of bottles, and while producing 50,000 of tons of recycled material, we give a break to the planet, because that is the same material, and we do not put the pressure on the virgin resin, so we also have that benefit. But while we advance with this process, it is essential to see that the water crisis here in Mexico is a problem that is more concerning than the waste problem due to the bad management of solid waste. So we are committed to being a company with a zero water footprint. We have made a lot of progress. We could neutralize our carbon footprint in 2020. So we avoid the creation of 2.3 tons of CO2 per ton produced. And this is very important, as we could see in the IPCC, and we need to work together to face that challenge. So in this PetStar Reborn resin, we are neutralizing the carbon footprint, and we have these other initiatives that I mentioned before, and we think we are in a circular economy that is good for the environment, and it's inclusive and respectful of human rights as well. And just to remember this, if you throw away a PET bottle, how many years does it take for it to be degraded, of stop its existence? There are different numbers as regards that of how much it may last. We see very changing numbers. The important aspect is that they are not disposed of the environment, so we need to continue working with infrastructures for collection of bottles and creating strategies to allow us to never have them as waste, because they are always properly handled. It is not a waste, it is a resource. So it has a value, we need to recover this, and it has increasing value that is very positive, because it allows us to stimulate these projects. In Mexico, we have a collection rate of over 53%, which is similar to the average of the European Union. I'm talking specifically about PET bottles, and this is the journey all of the plastics need to take to be reused or recycled in different applications. In our case, we take that to a food grade to keep it with the optimal level of life of that material, for it to be reused in different bottles. Thank you very much, Carlos. Thomas, in numbers, what does the Tetra Pak reuse mean? After the pandemic and the close of the workshop and everything, we have 7 tons of Tetra Pak, and currently a small product, for example, a balance board, has over 300 Tetra Pak packs, which is equivalent to consumption of a person of 5 years in Chile, and that substitutes for a lot of wood that is very processed to be able to support all of the pressures of. And in extreme sports, sustainability is never that present in the area of different products, because the user, the surfer, maybe has a lot of belonging sense with the environment, but they do not have a lot of environmental practices, and they contaminate 250 kilograms of CO2, and for a board, we think that one of our boards may emit, in a way, in the process, 20 times less than a conventional product. So we need to change that behavior, that production behavior that damages our environment and damages us as people and the planet we live in. And as you said at the beginning, leaving the planet a little bit better than the way we found it, right? Yes, exactly. Carlos Mendieta Cerón, Director of Sustainability of PetStar, thank you very much for being here with us in this panel. Tomás Pumarino, co-founder of Reco Boards, thank you very much for being here to participate. I would also like to thank Diego Moyano, CEO and founder of Bioplastic, and Juliano and Franco Frola, partners of Grupo RFG. It was a pleasure for me being here with you. We have to go on with a different panel, and now but we are going to continue talking about packaging and plastics.
Cumbre.
We are continuing with this summit of circular economy, knowing some experiences to live in a much more friendly society. We continue talking about plastics, and we continue talking about packaging. And now it's the time to get to know some 4 experiences with very important people in our national environment. We're going to be talking right now with Verónica Ramos, the CEO of EcoPlus, José Luis Picone, the CEO of CarePlus, Silvia Predasi, the CEO of SWA, and also the consultant Adrián Sosa from the same company. And also we're going to have the possibility of listening to Martín Vázquez, CEO and founder of Qualia. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome and thank you for joining this panel. I want to give the floor first to Silvia Predasi, CEO of SWA. How are you, Silvia? Hello, good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here. Welcome, everyone. I'm honored to share this experience with all of you. Tell us a little bit about the focus of SWA. I know that you have a very nice presentation to share with us. Yes, I will share the screen now. And in the meantime, I'm going to be telling you that I'm the director of SWA, which is a company that provides sustainable services, which has triple impact actions. In our areas of service, we have the sustainability, circular economy, the renovation and the design, and environmental engineering as the most important pillars. In particular, today I'm going to talk to you about how, from our R&D area, we work in innovation as a development engine. I'm going to here we are. I'm going to tell you a little bit about how do we approach all of these projects in a nutshell. What we do as a first instance is to recognize which are the pillars that we're working with. We need to know what happens with the consumers, what happens with the industry, and how they can be linked among each other. Based on the consumers, we know that they have a large power of attracting the market through their decisions, their choices, etc. They can pull, very importantly, do the pull that have a pull just as important as the industry when we are all trying to be more sustainable. About the consumers, our tradition is that we always need to develop some sort of a link, some sort of an emotional link with the products that are designed in order to start sharing this about to start fighting against concepts like program obsolescence. And we are very interested that we can add the renewal in all of the system and to acknowledge that there are many benefits in aligning with some of these with a more eco-sustainable model, and always considering that checking out the ODS, the SDG, and this is very important for everything that we are proposing. And what we are going to talk about right now is how do we work in 3 levels. One level that is on circular economy, from the circular economy point of view, and another level that we call the life cycle analysis of the product, and the third level is the impact, the social, environmental, and economic impact, and that we can articulate to achieve a particular objective. The design strategies in general, I'm going to discuss a little bit. When we talk about life cycle of a product, of a service, we talk about all of the different instances of the value chain, and each of the interventions that we can do on each of these parts that influences the final result. And when we talk about the acquisitions and the purchases that the procurement that the company can do, we mention how can we go to biological resources or compostable resources. And something that is very important for us from the point of view of design is which are those substitutes of raw materials. What happens when we need a certain raw material and we have rising prices or the product disappears, and how we are more flexible, how can we be more flexible to continue with production without being altered by those fluctuations. Same thing with the production. There are several factors that we can start talking about, either the efficiency of the resources, the energy, and also the materials. We talk about a little bit about the process of dematerialization, and we talk about this in two levels. The first one is minimizing the amount of materials that we use for production, and the other, and obviously for the final product, and also this dematerialization in order for the product to instead of going from a product to a service. This is related with the interlinking that is proposed to us by the circular economy, and this is what we talk about when we talk about design and innovation. And we also have also the different types of clean manufacturing, that we can reduce waste, and from the distribution and the logistics, we need to think about the impact, about the distribution. How many units can we put in a truck? How can we reduce the weight? How can we reduce the volume? How can we organize and optimize the organization to have a much more efficient distribution? So when we talk about this from the point of view of the usage of the product, what happens to the product when it's used, we also have here, we mentioned this when we discussed the importance of consumers in the cycle, and how do we consider that we need to keep the product for longer in the value chain. And finally, when we talk about end-of-life management, here we start working again, because this is related to the way that we can collaborate and train people, so that at this point of the chain we do not get the weakest link here, so that we can generate resources and start in loops and feedback, and that we can get this industrial symbiosis, that maybe this that is not good for me, this that is not useful for me, maybe it can be useful for another industry. As for innovation and design, I mentioned before what happens if we can articulate the means between going from product to service, or which are the most appropriate combinations that we can do in this road. And finally, the technology, the amazing advancement of technology, that has moved at breakneck speeds, and we need to know how we can capitalize on this. This is mostly the general idea that we wanted to share about how we approach all of the topics from the point of view of design, from the point of view of the circular economy, the environmental impact or the social impact, or the economic impact that we can generate. I will give the floor now to my partner here, my colleague Adrian, who is going to tell us a little bit briefly how we take a look at the packaging design. So Adrian, please. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? We discussed earlier, Sylvia, we have, as Sylvia said, we have an innovative look on packaging. And we look at it from 2 points of view. One of them is the innovation, and the other one is of course, the innovation relates to the new ways of consumption that can help us to develop new packaging. And as for the resignification, to adapt the ways of use of the current packaging to leverage sustainability. And the question that we have now is how should circular packaging should be. And for this we need to consider the configuration. We need to look for the user satisfaction, as well as the quality, the cost, and the environmental impact that it generates. And we need to analyze the balance and of course the features of the packaging. We need to analyze the environment, and we need to analyze the life cycle of the product so that so we can see the environmental impact of this packaging. And we need to go from the raw materials to their disposal after consumption. Here we have the recycling post-consumption. And what happens with what we have developed already? We can update this. Always thinking that the chain needs to include the post-consumption treatment so that it can be recycled with the current available capacities. Also with the possibility of going back to the value chain as an additive, as a complement, or as an accessory. What are the design criteria for packaging to be recyclable when we have a project like this? Of course, the materials. If we consider single materials without additives and trying to work with the smaller amount possible, and avoiding composite materials, then we reduce or avoid coloring in materials. And this doesn't mean that the future of packaging is all white or all transparent, but we need to start thinking about marketing strategies to understand how colors affect a circular packaging. From the point of view of printing, we can work with different technologies, direct printing, labeling on the material itself, or thinking about ways of removing the labels of packaging. And one of the important things is the emptying of the packaging. We need to design them by thinking about how is the client going to be able to empty the packaging and to use all of the contents of the package. This is one of the most important challenges that companies have in packaging. And as for the caps or lids, we need to be able to work a lot on the disassembly and how they can be separated in the classification after the use. And last but not least, we need to think about the consumer. Not to think that the consumer is going to be in charge of doing this separation or this product disassembly. So we need to work on all of these, all this complex of issues that is not just related with packaging design, as Silvia said, but also with working with the consumer and with the way that it's used. Silvia? Okay, this was a little bit about just a small summary of how we are approaching the different types of projects that we do. I wanted to show you a little bit about the renewal and design, so I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, both of you. Silvia Predasi, Executive Director of the SWA, Adrian Sosa, also consultant of the same company. Now we're going to listen to and welcome as well to this panel to Jose Luis Picone, Executive Director of Cairplas. How are you, Jose Luis? Hello everyone, how are you? First of all, I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here, and congratulations for this event. There is a very significant topic in this time. I'm going to make a presentation. I'm going to go fast. First of all, I would like to introduce you to the Argentinian Chamber of Recycled Plastic Industry. And we have as a mission promoting everything related to collection and recycling of plastics and creating conditions for allow that to be a profitable and sustainable activity. Something that is important to say and think is how we can create plastic, and one of the ways in which we see sustainability of this industry is by taking a look at the raw materials. And we have three ways of manufacturing plastic. One of them comes from a non-renewable means, which is oil and gas, and we create a traditional plastic. We can also have renewable raw materials such as sugar, cane, or cereals, and we create the same plastic but is based not on non-renewable materials but on renewable raw materials. And the third alternative is for raw material to be recovered that can have a value that is recycled waste, and we have the case of recycled plastic. I'm not going to go deeper into linear economy or circular economy because I believe we all know this. And in this circle of circular economy, we see all of the aspects that were mentioned by the colleagues of SWA: design, production, distribution, consumption, collection, recycling, and we go back to design to manufacture new products. What we can see in this circle is that recycling is an essential link for circular economy. What is the challenge of the recycling industry? We are an industry that has a challenge, and we start from this that is shown in the pictures, and we need to get to here. There is a very colorful and with picture with defined materials that is very tidy, and then go into the final products. So how do we do to get there? Of course, one of the SDGs that guides us is number 12, that is production and consumption, that are responsible. We have three big groups of waste, and now I'm going to be focusing on one. I'm going to focus on plastic ones. We have urban solid waste, where plastic represents 10 to 20%, the agricultural waste, and industrial waste. Now, we all know that we have a hierarchy for the management of waste, which are the 4 R's, and we have now 7 R's, 9 R's, but we're going to be focusing on these 4, which are the historical ones in a way. The first one is reducing the creation. The best waste is the one that is not generated, reusing, recycling, and recovering the energy they have. This is a picture close to home that I took, and we see the supermarket bags that are being reused for waste, and we have these other bags that are recycled, made out from other waste bags. Now we are going to continue. Which are the characteristics of waste as regards the creation? We had 4 R's before that define the hierarchy of the management of waste. As regards the generation, they are defined by 4 M's. In Spanish, it is many. Each person creates 1 kilo of waste per day. We have multiple ones. We saw a lot of waste in those bags, and they are mixed, all of them together. And this is the picture we have in the creation or generation point of view of waste. Now, what do we have to do? And they are very mixed, and how can we recycle them? Those 4 M's in Spanish for the words have to be transformed into 4 C's. And which are the 4 C's of the Spanish words? Waste have to be classified. We need to have enough quantity for industry to operate. We need to have good quality and not being polluting. And we need to have continuity. These 4 letters C in Spanish define a waste that is in conditions of being recycled by the industry. We have mechanical recycling. It is the traditional recycling process: classification, grinding, washing, separation, drying, extrusion, and then we have the pellets that can be used by the plastic industry that transforms this plastic. Which are the benefits of recycling? On the one hand, we have been listening about the threefold impact and benefits: lower consumption of natural resources. We are trying not to use oil and gas, which are the typical resources for the fabrication of plastic. A reduction of the energy consumption of 80% as compared to the virgin plastic. We have a lower emission of greenhouse gases that we are seeing. Nowadays, we're very concerned with the environmental problems of global warming. And of course, we have a less final disposition of waste in the case of landfills, for example. There are economic benefits because we import less virgin plastics, and we also export products from the country that are made out of recycled material. And this is very important to take into account. We export products manufactured based on waste that have been disposed of. And of course, we have some social benefits. For example, labor that is required. In Argentina, we have 2,500 people working directly in the recycling industry, working formally with social benefits and abiding by all of the regulations. The indirect labor, which is three times more, 7,500 people, and then we have a large amount of urban collectors or reclaimers, and part of the urban reclaimers assigned to collection of plastic represent 50,000 people. What is the picture of the recycling industry today? Well, last year, 2020, that was a complicated year. We all know this due to the quarantine and isolation. Today, the installed capacity is of 500,000 tons a year, but the production of plastic, recycled plastic, falls within 260,000 tons per year. So we have an idle capacity of 40%. Why stations are not 100% working? Because waste do not reach in the amount and in the quality that we need for the industries. So these are the links of the chain we need to work on to really feed these recycling stations. There are a lot of companies or stations that are waiting for more waste to have new investments to increase the recycling capacity. We said that there are a lot of types of waste. We have a lot of diversity, and we need to highlight the recycling industry every day has a different raw material with variations. So we work a lot as regards standards. For example, iron, we have some standards that were edited and some others that are being under study. One of them is on circular economy, an ISO regulation of the Technical Committee 323 we are also working on. And another way of trying to make a protocol of the entire recycling industry. This is something that we did with INTI, and we developed a protocol to certify the quality of management of the recycling industry, of the plastic recycling industry, taking as a model a certification of Europe, Plast. We developed one with Inti here, that is the Inti Cair Plus, where we can certify plastic recycling industries. This certification, what does it do? Certified companies are going to be acknowledged as recycling industries that comply with all of the regulations. The generators of plastic waste need to know that this guarantees that these generators recycle in the proper way. We need to make sure that the buyer knows that this is recycled materials, and we need to know which are the industries that comply with all of these regulations. And we also need to promote the use of recycled materials. What are the different needs of the recycling industry, to see if we can truly increase and feed the generation of these stations. We have 4 areas. One is related to the regulations and legislations, the packaging law, or the extended responsibility of the producer, and they go to Congress, and then they disappear, they are not passed. Then we have communication, mainly as regards waste management in the household, to do the household sorting of waste. Then we have waste management, that is very important, everything related to the collection, sorting out, and here is where we have the collectors and municipalities and the support to the industry for the state to promote the use of recycled material, and also to promote the incorporation and facilitate the incorporation of technology. What is the conclusion? Plastic waste are resources. They are not garbage. They are resources. Plastics are recyclable. Recycling has a lot of benefits. We have talked about some of them very briefly. And the last part, and the most important part, is that each and every one of us is a link of this chain. And what is that chain? First of all, citizens, when we create waste, we need to sort it out in our homes. Municipalities need to have a separate collection. They need to promote that. And the cooperatives of urban reclaimers need to recover, classify, and collect them. The recycling industry, Cair Plus, and the companies associated to Cair Plus, to manufacture raw material of good quality, and the plastic industry to manufacture new products with recycled materials and that are recyclable as well. Today, Silvia talked a lot about eco-design, and the state has to support with legislation and help, and citizens, and with this we close the chain, not now as generators of waste, but as purchasers of products, and we need to privilege products made out of recycled material and that are recyclable. This is basically what I wanted to say. These are some of the companies that are associated to us, so thank you very much, and I am here with you in case you have any question.
We are thankful to you, José Luis Picone, the CEO of Cair Plus. He has been very clear and has given us plenty of points to start analyzing, and we have several questions from your talk. I'm going to give the floor now to Magister Veronica Ramos, the CEO of EcoPlus. Welcome, Veronica. Hello, how are you? Tell us what is EcoPlus focused on. EcoPlus is an entity, a specialized entity in the environment that has been working for over 30 years. And even though that the plastics, we have seen that the plastic industry throughout the world has led us to think about the environment and the plastics, about responsible consumption and recycling. And of course, we need to, when we talk about this, we need to think about circular economy. Of course, we welcome also Engineer Martin Vázquez, the CEO and founder of Qualia. Welcome, Martin. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. Tell us a little bit about what does Qualia do? Qualia is a little bit at the end of the chain that was José Luis was mentioning, or at the beginning, depending on the way that we look at it. And we started working with recycled plastic, trying to give it new value to this, and building and manufacturing glasses using these recycled plastics. The company is located in Buenos Aires, right? Yes, we are from San Nicolás. That is in the province of Buenos Aires. And right now, due to the pandemic, we're mostly in San Nicolás, even though we have also offices in Buenos Aires. We distribute to the entire country. We have points of sales in the entire country, also in Chile, in Uruguay, and we are reaching Mexico very soon. And the nice thing about Qualia that we started as a small company some 4 years ago was that at the moment that when I started, I wanted to do something that had also a sense that had meaning beyond the economic point of view. We had the need to do something else, and that was a little bit about what led me to working with Qualia, so that we can do business in a different way, that we can obtain money without consuming all of the resources in our planet. So that's what we're working on right now. I think that yes, that's the key. Understanding that we can do business differently. Where do the plastics that you use come from? Many of the plastics that we are obtaining right now are industrial waste. And for a while we have been working together with a scientific organization in Puerto Madryn, which is called Proyecto SUB, and they study the impact of the human activity in reference to plastics in the ocean. So we are working together with them, and we're trying to recover plastics from the ocean. There's plenty of waste in the ocean, which is something that's very important for our country, which is located in tourism-related areas, and we need to work on our maritime side as well. There's one collaborator among the 5 that we have listened to lately, who is related with research and development. And I think that is one of the keys in which we need to start thinking about these businesses in a new way. And I wanted to ask you, I don't know which one wants to answer, what is the weight of R&D in your products, and if it is more expensive to do R&D in this circular economy? Vero, can you answer? Yes, I think that it's important to think in R&D, especially if we're talking about products that, particularly if we're talking about plastics. The design of the product is fundamental so that it can go into a circular process. So we need to go progressively into this type of economy. And we need to stop looking at the plastic as garbage so that it can take a new place. So we're not talking anymore about waste, but it's something that we use for circular economy. And we need to add value so that this can be used circularly. And all of the links in the chain, as we mentioned before, are responsible. Particularly the citizens and also the companies, and the state needs to develop public policies for this to be achieved. And we all understand that R&D is an investment that we need to do in any industry, but in this case this is more expensive than any other industry. Everything that is related to environment issues is always thought about if it has a cost or if it doesn't. And cost is probably, I think, is not the most important, but actually that we need to work together, and we need to realize that we lose more if we are against the environment. We need to consider threefold impact initiatives, and that's what we need to do to go forward. And if I may add something, sorry, Soledad, about the research and development, we need to think that the users of recycled materials are more and more demanding. Many years ago, we did not think about recycling. Then we did not think about using recycled materials in contact with food, and all of these barriers are going down, and the demands in quality of recycled materials are higher and higher. So we need to invest a lot in research and development, in equipment and in technology. So, and about the cost, I think that we should not go into that mistake that is forgetting about the costs of external factors. Because maybe, what's the cost of global warming? Yes, that's where I was going. Yes, exactly. I always think, what is the cost of not recycling? Okay, so if we have a cost of the reduced quality, what is the cost of not recycling? And it's very hard to put those costs in numbers. So we always say, okay, recycling is expensive. But no, we need to broaden our look, our horizon, and think about other factors. And also I would like to add to what José Luis is mentioning, that we're talking about recycling, and is that EcoPlus, with CarePlus, we have a recycling index, and we are recycling in Argentina 282,000 tons, and of which many of them are through mechanic recycling, and 4,000 tons are from recovery of those. Veronica, you're talking about annual numbers? Yes, these numbers are annual. And what this means is that EcoPlus, together with CarePlus, we have been keeping this index since 2003, and we have increased the recycling based on the need of adjusting these numbers. Europe has always been the pioneer. For over 20 years, they've had they increased the extended responsibility of the producer. And here we are working on accompanying efforts here, because here with a law like that we could create a lot of volume for the recycling industry. And like José Luis said, we are using 40% of the installed capacity, and there are materials that aren't being recycled, and we're talking about circular economy, and where we have idle capacity. And what we need to do is that we need to think about the needs of accompanying everything that is related with circular economy. 2 years ago we did a study with to try to understand what should we tell the Argentinian people, and most people said that say that recycling should be mandatory, and only 3% was correct in questions on how they should sort different types of waste. So we need to work more on education, on how do we explain to people how do they sort the waste. And I would like to add something to what Veronica said, and this is we need to really go accompany with society and work with them, giving them information about the ways that they can sort the waste, and always trying to teach them about circular economy and about what we were discussing before. This thing about being expensive, we also need to look at the other way, on the other side. Because if we recycle, they could probably have better earnings and a larger production in the long run. So in this balance, we need to put on both sides of the scale. We need to see if this development powers us towards the future. So we need to bet a little bit on that. Yes, we need to have this a little bit of balance. I wanted to ask you again, based on a piece of data that you had mentioned, that about the 40% of that idle capacity, and which are the keys to think about this piece of data and to reverse it. Okay, the first is the need of public policies to have a national law of producer responsibility, and We need to work on waste management with laws like the ones that they've had in Europe for over 20 years. And the recycling industry, as well as the plastic, and we need to think about the plastic and other materials. And we need to improve the sorting of waste. And we understand that the Minister of the Environment is working on this. And finally, we need to understand that there's not a bad plastic, but there's non-recycled plastic. And we have many products in our SMEs that use recycled material, plastic wood, plastic stone, plastic bottles, and a bottle is a material that can be reused again. We are using materials in contact with food. We are having garbage bags. And here at EcoPlus, we are also waiting to see if we can see other applications of recycling. And other than having a look on the recycling of plastic, we need to also look at what we're working with and what we're moving forward, which is the typical recycling. And in Argentina, we have a consortium with the idea of carrying out a process of chemical recycling complementary to the organic recycling. So that for those plastic waste that cannot be processed with conventional recycling, and the idea of using heat or high temperatures and turning plastic waste into material. And we have mechanical recycling, we have chemical recycling, and we have great advancements worldwide. Argentina is picking up those advancements. So the idea here with EcoPlus is to provide information on those plastics and to propose this circular economy, and to understand that this waste is a resource, and we need to look at it from the environment and from the point of view of development. And circular economy gives us all opportunities. So this needs to be articulated between public and private actors. So we talk about economic benefits, we talked about the importance of legislation accompanying this road, and I would also like to discuss sustainable development, sustainable design, eco-design, as you mentioned. And in that sense, I would like to ask Martin, how does he think about that? What are the keys to start working on eco-design? Definitely this is something that we need to take a look at from a holistic point of view. We need to see the entire circuit. From Qualia, we have launched around over 100 models of glasses. And of course, we're not perfect. Of course, this is a complex procedure, and having a threefold impact company doesn't mean that we are not negatively impacting the planet. We are not perfect. We're trying to do everything the best that we can. And of course, from the point of view of design, water-based paint, we're using the colors of the same recycled plastic, and it would be the best way to analyze this would be looking at it from an integral point of view, a holistic point of view, and try to stay current with everything that is being done, and also to consider the responsibility of the producers. We have a warranty where if you can give back your Qualia products after the end of their lifetime, and you can get a discount for a new unit. So this is one of the things that we do from Qualia. And also considering that the possibility of designs are multiple. This is an infinite possibilities field. Yes, they are infinite, definitely. There are no limits because the recycled materials do not limit us. No, but we need to consider what I discussed today, what we were discussing today, that a company, if it is a threefold impact, doesn't mean that it's perfect. It's going to be generating a negative impact. We need to be smart. We need to have a wholesome, an integral point of view, and we need to measure this impact, control this impact, and trying to reduce it as much as possible. Okay, we have 5 minutes left. We need to close this panel, which has been very enriching. And I would like to have a 30-second reflection from each of you. I would like to have a short reflection on some advice or any knowledge that we can give other entrepreneurs, other business people, other institutions that are trying to go into circular economy. Can you, Jose Luis, can you start? Of course, sure. Yes, the first thing that I think is that I talk about general concepts, but all materials, especially plastics, once their lifetime ends, they have value. They are not waste, they are not trash, they're not garbage. We need to find a way to give them value. We need to find the partner for this material, as you could say. This material has value and can be recycled and can be reused. We don't have to think that this is expensive, but we need to think rather that which are the advantages that this gives me or the society in general if we reuse or recycle those materials. These are many, and we have plenty of businesses and green businesses. There's plenty of labor that is needed and many businesses behind it. We need to go for it. Thank you, José Luis Piconi, the CEO of Caer Plus, for joining this panel. I'm going to give the floor to Veronica in 30 seconds and advice for somebody trying to join circular economy. I think that everything that the numbers that and the data that we have shared are fundamental. To say that from 2003 to 2020 we have multiplied the recycling. I think that obviously for business people there's an opportunity here, and the trend is growing. So this is happening without public policies. So imagine what would happen if we had all of the things that we have in front of us. So this is not just an opportunity now, but it's going to become bigger later. So the case of the glasses of recycled, we could also work as a plastic recycler. There are many sides of this, and we need to work together in public-private partnerships and to find opportunities that can help us and be more productive. Veronica Ramos, CEO of EcoPlus, a pleasure to have you in this panel. And now I'll give the ball, or the talking stick, to Silvia and Adrian in this for a few seconds, for people who are looking at us and thinking about joining. Yes, what I'm interested in pointing out is that you can analyze each of the links of this value chain and looking at them as if they were different threads. And if we, for example, if we create a marginal benefit in each of these sectors, we can create other benefits. And we need to think about the world. The world is changing. We need to change with it, and we need to start looking at the future, and we need to be ready for what's coming. And from the point of view of packaging, we lost you, Adrian. I think we have some technical problems with your connection. I don't think that he can hear us. Silvia Perazzi, Adrian Sosa, thank you for joining us. Adrian, can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you. Yes, we had lost you. We have 10 seconds. Okay. I just wanted to tell you that from the point of view of packaging, it's possible for any company to include in their project flow, their strategic project flow, recycling projects. So this can be pushed through the natural research and development flow, and it's not going to be an additional cost for the company. And the benefit, we all know it, and it's huge. Thank you very much to both of you, and I would like to give the finally I would like to give the floor to Martin Vasquez, the CEO and founder of Qualia. Any advice for entrepreneurs, for business people? This is not going to be anything new, but the market is constantly demanding more and more awareness when producing the carbon footprint in the value chain, and this is something that if you don't do, the market is going to leave you out. Okay, thank you very much for joining us in this panel, and we will meet again very soon. And I would like to thank you all infinitely, because the advice and the reflections have been very valuable. Goodbye. See you next time. Thank you. See you next time. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now we continue with these panels that teach us a lot about circular experiences and are very interesting. Now we're going to talk about urban recycling. The moderator will be the journalist and producer Mateo Ferrer. Thank you very much, Mili. We're going to be talking with three companies on circular economy from the perspective of collection in industries, waste collection industries. Let's see, Matias Molinari, Management of Finance and Administration of Mediterranean SA LAM. We're going to talk about with Federico Cabrera, in charge of communication and press of LUSA. Good afternoon, everyone. This is a very good experience for us being able to participate in circular experiences. And we welcome Daniel Gijena, engineer of Urbacor. Welcome, Daniel. Thank you very much for the invitation. We would like to talk about circular economy from the result, from the experience you have in local companies here in Córdoba. Maybe you, Matias, can start telling us about your experience. We are from the logistic environmental company Mediterranean. We provide services in the downtown of Córdoba, and we're going to tell you about our experience, what we do, and our link with circular economy. Our services, as I mentioned before, fall within the central area of Córdoba, the neighbors of Nueva Córdoba, General Paz, Güemes, and Alberdi, and all of that community in those areas. These are waste, and dry and wet waste. Dry waste we collected 6 times a day, from Fridays to Saturdays. We also collect waste from the different works, from the construction. We work in the 3 shifts, in the morning, afternoon, and at night, and we provide service to 1,223 blocks, and we also collect 118 tons a day, with 100% collection that is sorted. We have containers for wet and dry waste, and with that we can collaborate with circular economy in the management of waste, allowing for sorting this and collecting them to take them to green points. We have a fleet of 22 units to provide all of these services, including trucks of back load and bilateral load, roll-off containers that are with washing equipment as well. As regards containers, for the backload, we have 1,800 containers of 1.1 cubic meters. We place 2 of these containers, one for wet and one for dry waste. Then we have 300 containers that are very big, of 3.5 cubic meters, that are placed in the city to collect wet and dry waste. This was an intervention by artists of the city of Córdoba, and they show their art in the containers in the most important blocks of the city, as you can see here in this picture. And these are the trucks of bilateral load that allows us to collect the containers from both sides of the streets, and they are in the areas. These type of containers are in the most densely populated parts of the city. Now I would like to share some of our sustainable practices, both at LAM and our group, which is Solving Group, a Brazilian group that is actively participating on circular economy, from the concept of ESG, environmental, social, and governance. As regards the environmental aspect, they have a program that is Sol Circular, which works with 4 pillars: water, effluents, waste, as we mentioned before, and lastly, energy. Through this waste, we have a selling point in one of the companies that allows them to sell products elaborated with the waste made out of plastic, dry paint, compost, uniforms, and with that they manufactured surf boards, painting, fertilizers. And as regards LAM, the company I am a part of, we have a circular economy model based on the energy. First of all, we work with EPEC, that is a local company of energy, that is our logistics base. And with that, in that, we installed solar panels and solar water heaters. And here we have the first company of Córdoba that has this type of electric vehicles, on one of the first 10 within the country. And we use them to oversee the service, and they create 0 emissions to the atmosphere. We are also with a project that is almost finished to install solar panels that allow for the self-supply of energy during the day of our station, and with the exceeding going to the grid and closing the circle of the circular economy, creating a small benefit to provide this exceeding energy to the grid. Here we can see the electrical cars. We have 2 units, the equipment that is installed in our station, and the project that is undergoing that will consist of 84 panels that will create 30 megawatts per hour of energy. Thank you very much. And now I give the floor for the questions that you may have. Thank you very much, Matias Molinari, the representative of LAM. Then we will move on to the questions about these very important topics you talk. But now we're going to continue talking about circular economy experiences and the perspective of collecting industries of Córdoba. Federico Cabrera is the representative of LUSA, and we're going to talk about the initiatives that are undergoing here in Córdoba. Thank you very much, Mateo. We belong to the logistic urban company called LUSA that provides services in the south area of the city of Cordoba, that has as a limit to the north the Suquía River, and to the south at the end of the municipal layout. From the company, we are looking for a change towards circular economy from linear economy. In linear economy, we have consumption and waste that is very normal, and we want to go to a circular economy where recycling is taken into account. We need to value the waste that we create within the city through different trainings, educational trainings, and we want to have a sustainable and circular model for the management of waste. As my partner mentioned, who is also a member of the LAMP company and LUSA as well, LUSA provides services for wet waste 6 days a week, and the dry waste is collected once a week with on the main streets, and going house by house collecting this type of waste. And we have 3 fractions that are very important that are called special services. Within the special services, we have the green waste, the waste from the construction industries, and very bulky waste or large waste. Let's see what waste goes to each of these 3 fractions, which are their frequency, what is the limit for the collection, and what is the modality of collecting for each of the houses, how the citizens do to request the service, and how the process finishes with the truck collecting all of the waste in the different houses. When we talk about green waste, we talk about weed or branches of different trees, for example. When a person is doing gardening or cutting trees, all of those are green waste. This fraction has a weekly frequency. Once a week, each neighborhood has 1 day and 1 shift for this type of waste to be collected. We need to highlight something that is very important. That is the volume. The volume limit is 2 cubic meters. To understand this measure, it is from 8 to 10 big bags. We can add a few more bags because the truck can receive it. But from the company, we say that it cannot go way beyond that limit. And the modality of that collection or the volume requested is you can ask for information at that number that you have here, 0800, that you have there, through environmental management and through the municipality of Cordoba. Each neighborhood, and specifically for the green waste, they have 24 routes a week. They have 12 routes during the morning and 12 during the afternoon. And each day we have 2 different routes, 12 in the morning and 12 in the afternoon, to collect this green waste. That is 2 times. They have a specific schedule for their collection. Here we have an example of the proper collection of green waste, and now we're going to see the process where the person calls for the service, and so that we can see this and the collection of the green waste from the house of the citizen. For example, here we have another image of a trimming waste, and then after, where we see everything very tidy and without the waste. Then we have another fraction that is related to the waste from construction, all of those bricks or waste from the buildings. The difference of this waste is the collection frequency. They are collected once every 15 days. And the volume is the same, 2 cubic meters, but it can be extended a bit more. For example, 15 to 20 bags because they are more resistant, the sandbags. And you can also contact the platform or call that number to schedule this collection. Within the construction waste, it is similar. We have 24 weekly routes. We have 12, 6 per week, and per day we have 1 shift in the morning, 1 shift in the afternoon to collect this type of waste. It is very important that the neighbor knows when and how we can collect this waste in their neighborhoods. Here we see another image, another example. This neighbor called the free toll number and took out the bags, and we collected the waste. And then we talk about large waste. As the word describes, those are types of waste that are very big. For example, pieces of furniture, appliances or parts of appliances, or for example, washing machines, mattresses, woods, and the frequency of their collection is agreed upon with the company, depending on the amount of requests we have per neighborhood and per journey we do the collection of this waste. You can request for these services in the same way, in the 3 modalities. Here we have a picture of a sofa that is very heavy to be collected, and then the company takes care of it to dispose of it. What is the collection process like? As we said before, it is very important for taxpayers or citizens to call the toll-free number of the company, and they will be handled by an agent who will take the data, the address, the neighborhood, the type of service that they require, and depending on the day and amount of requests, we have a planning and we send that to a worker of the company. And what we do is to filter per route and according to the neighborhood, and in that way we're going to plan for the collection. Then we have a supervisor that is in charge of seeing that the collection, to organizing the collection day. They delegate the work, and this is very important because the neighbor or taxpayer has to take out the waste 1 day before, both the construction or green or large waste, for them, for the collectors to do the proper service, and then we bury it or send it to a specific land for their disposal. From the company, we have been doing a lot of campaigns of communication, specifically in the context of the pandemic, and we can highlight the communication of the different services, what falls within each fraction, what is the frequency for the collection, which are the volumes that we can collect. For example, on a video, you can see the green waste. Then we have a communication campaign, for example, the construction waste, where we have an explanation of the same, the limit, volume, the toll-free number, and the frequency for the collection. Another communication campaign of large waste. This was communicated by different social media of the company and through different analysis of the operating areas. We have 1,320 requests. This is a chart of of the amount of large green and construction waste that are going to the company LUSA, and this is what we're looking for from the company. We want more people to request these services for us to start having a Córdoba city that is cleaner, more sustainable, and having circular economy as the base. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Federico. We have a lot of questions. One of them is the difficulties. Then we're going to talk about this, and I would like to welcome Engineer Daniel Gijena. He's the technical representative of the company called Urbacor. That is one of the companies that is in charge of the collection of waste here in Córdoba Capital. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to try to complement a little bit the previous presentations, try not to repeat ourselves. And I am part of the Urbacor company. It's part of the group Urbacer, and we have started providing the urban hygiene service in the north area of the city of Córdoba. This was named, they were divided from north to south. This was zone number 1. The river, from the north of the Suquía River to the end of the city layout is our area. And so we have seen a little bit about the concept of circular economy, and the goal of my presentation is going to be to try to describe as appropriately as possible what is the contribution of Urbacor to have the city reach the objective, the goal of having circular economy. The main purpose of our function is related to this aspect, recycling. This is a fundamental aspect in circular economy. I'm going to explain to you how do we contribute for this goal. I'm not going to repeat what Federico and Matias have already said. The 5 fractions of waste, we also collect them in the north side, and I'm going to mainly focus on the dry waste part. The dry waste are those types of waste that can be recyclable by an appropriate sorting and storage. They can be used and they can be profited from. So what I'm going to discuss now, we're going to talk about it from 2 angles. First of all is operational improvements that we try to put in the service, and second, this is something that is fundamental for helping the neighbors, are the different awareness campaigns that we have executed so far. First of all, at the beginning of the contract, we realized that having the service divided in 2 shifts. At the beginning we did dry and wet waste collection was in the morning and in the afternoon, and then we unified it to have it on a single afternoon schedule. We have a better, more homogeneous service. We made it easier to communicate this to the neighbors and to the citizens, and we also made easier the work of the unloading at the green centers that are chosen for this objective, and we go to the center number 1 out of the 4 centers that are available. Another of the improvements that we made was that we found some problems in the design of the service. We don't make the design of the service. This comes from a specification made by the city of Córdoba when the service was being allocated, and the dry fraction was once a week, and the wet fraction was 6 times a week. So we can see that there's a very large difference, and you can see this. Sorry for the pictures, sorry for the crude reality. It speaks for itself. we have such a low frequency on dry waste, and the impact of certain calendar issues like holidays, this made that the service was insufficient, especially in the containerized format. And people were not patient, and they would make the containers overflow. So, as we see in the pictures, we also had issues of contamination. We had a mixture of waste in containers of wet waste. You would see, of dry waste. You would see wet waste, and there were complaints by neighbors, by citizens, and this was more relevant in near squares and parks and in avenues, of course. And this is where we had the containers for dry waste. When we had since we had three dry waste containers, the overflow was epic. So after seeing these problems, after doing some analysis work together with the urban hygiene division, we agreed on removing progressively the dry waste containers from the different avenues and squares in the city. It's not that we stopped doing this service, but rather that this containerized service was the citizens were not ready, or for some reason it didn't work, and we decided to maintain the service with the door-to-door mode. The truck goes through each house to pick up each of the types of waste, and the truck replaced the container. Even so, in some places, we have the individual containerized or sorted containerized mode. It's maintained in schools, in kindergartens, and police stations, etc. In those places, the dry waste containers worked well, since they had a place where they were taken care of, where they were watched, and this mode kept on working. With this change, we've seen, and it's been notable, you cannot see the numbers here, but we've seen how the quality of the waste improved. And in avenues, the mixture that we had of materials was important. And this made that the rejection in the green center was huge. So the trucks that we sent to the green center, if the material quality is not enough, they can be rejected by the organization operating the green center. Obviously, in 1 year we were able to accept the reception rate, and the center is much happier with the quality of products that we are taking. At the same time, those containers of dry waste that were taken away from the squares, they were converted to the wet waste. And so places that were not supposed to receive containers at this stage, they received them beforehand. Here we have a picture where the relocation of those containers was performed. So those containers were not lost, but they were recycled as wet waste containers. Another of the points were the awareness campaigns. The campaign was called "The Truck Goes Through Your House," to tell the neighbors in the north side avenues, to tell them that the mode was going to change. So we went to explain to each of the neighbors, telling them about the change, giving them brochures, and also LED screen truck going through the avenues where the containers were removed. Here we have a video of the campaign. Here we can see with the video, and then follow the presentation. Do you already sort your trash? Yes, this is useful. It's very important. As we say, and citizens, we can help. We can tell you why. Dry waste is glass, plastic, Tetra Paks, paper, cardboard, tin cans, and cloth. All of these materials have value, and they can be recycled. The truck is going to go through your house and take that waste to the green centers, where they are sorted and sold. It's important for them to be cleaned. Check in the site the day when the truck goes by your house. Let's make the difference. Okay, so the campaign, the truck goes by your house, is also also used fixed LED screens, social networking campaigns, and sending WhatsApp information through the neighborhood centers, and this gave us very good results. Also, people who did not have containerized services for the wet waste collection had campaigns done to inform them about the usefulness of the containers. That people that had the door-to-door mode, they had to be explained that this container was there. So we used a truck, we went through the truck in the avenues where containers were added, campaigns in social networking, and WhatsApp information through the neighborhood centers. Here we have another video. Did you know that in Córdoba we sort our waste? You only need 2 garbage cans, one of them for wet waste and another one for dry waste. Take your waste out to the street on the day that the truck goes by your house. Check the pages of Urbacor, LAM, and LUSA, which is the day that it goes through your neighborhood. You can also leave them in your closest container. In green centers, a group of retrievers is going to be there to store them and reinsert them in a circular economy process. Together, we continue making Córdoba a city that separates its residue, reduces the environmental impact, and is more sustainable. This was the other campaign that we did, publicity ad with the 2 bins. This was the 2-bin ad, and we gave brochures door to door with the COIs and the city. And finally, in pandemic mode, we are working through different virtual tools to help all of the institutions that need training in order to talk about these fundamental issues related to circular economy. So this is what we have contributed from Urbacor, and we're open to any other questions. Thank you very much. Dani Quijena, thank you very much. Thank you, all of you. And I want to ask all 3 the same question. From the outside, this circular economy thing sounded like Mission Impossible, or at least impossible for our country, because in other countries, maybe they can. How do you fight against this prejudice internally and about the citizen training? Okay, if you want to answer that, Matías? Yes, LAM, all 3 companies, we all 3 work on the environment, the 3 companies, and we have a strong concept on sustainability. Not just in the environmental pillar, but also on the social pillar and governance. So, as we mentioned in the presentation stage, since, like you said, these are things that are better approached in the first world, but we cannot ignore them, because our objective, our goal as a company is to work towards a more sustainable world and a healthier world, especially as regards the environment, right? Yes, Federico. Particularly from LUSA, we use our educational team a lot to try to give this message of the circular economy, always through the training and different citizen centers or community participation centers. Before the pandemic, we would call schools and educational institutions, and we went to them with this message, and we wanted to change this paradigm of garbage and going from consumption to recycling. So I believe that there are good perspectives going forward, because both adults and children are multipliers of this message. And we believe that this is fundamental to join them, as well from our point of view as companies, by generating different services, such as the household collection or the container collection. And I think that this is fundamental to generate this change in mentality in the Cordobese citizenship. From Urbacor, this is not new. We have been working in environmental management since the beginning of the contract, and since we also have the ISO 14001 standard certification, so that we minimize the environmental impact and we contribute to the circular economy. So our goal is that from the company out to the outside is to spread this message of taking care of the environment, like Federico said, by working on educational institutions, for which we have a permanent structure of working in which we do awareness creation initiatives. Thank you. This has been, I'm glad of speaking about this and about this transition to the circular economy. And there's a lot to do here. In each of we need to change a lot in the attitudes of the Cordobese people, and of course in the world of politics as well. We would like to close now about this panel on recycling in Córdoba, and let's go back to Mili.
ciudad de Córdoba llegó para quedarse y es fruto del trabajo que venimos realizando desde hace mucho tiempo. Diferentes actores de nuestra ciudad desarrollaron experiencias de producción sostenibles y es con la gestión del intendente Martín Gallora que se está dando ese impulso necesario para integrar a la comunidad en este nuevo modelo socioproductivo. Desde su creación, el ente municipal Bio Córdoba ha realizado actividades con todos los eslabones de la cadena productiva. El primer Congreso de Economía Circular reunió a los representantes de las empresas y fue el paso previo para la creación del primer clúster de economía circular de nuestro país. Se celebraron convenios con el objetivo de que los residuos de las empresas se puedan reutilizar. Se firmaron acuerdos de cooperación con el sector académico y se puso en marcha la Escuela Municipal de Economía Circular, poniendo a la educación como uno de los pilares fundamentales de este proceso. El paso de la economía lineal a la economía circular requiere del esfuerzo de todos. Por eso queremos aportar al cuidado de nuestro planeta como anfitriones de la Cumbre Mundial de Economía Circular. El objetivo principal es relacionar a productores con compradores y desde Córdoba impulsar el cambio hacia la economía circular en defensa de nuestro ambiente.